Haley stared into the full-length mirror, turning from one side to the other so she could see how the purse rested on her hip. It looked nice on her. It was leather with long fringe, and she smiled excitedly as she regarded her own reflection. She was completely unaware of the people all around us, one of whom was standing beside her, waiting for a turn in front of the mirror. We were in a store in the middle of a crowded airport, and Haley took her time, checking herself out like she didn't have a care in the world. We had been in situations like this before, the kind where Haley was totally oblivious to something or someone. About half the time, I would tap her on the shoulder to let her know she was missing something. On this occasion, however, I just stood there and pretended not to notice. I figured Haley and the lady who was waiting were both adults and could take care of it themselves. I watched it play out. Part of me was turned off by Haley's confidence and nonchalance, and the other part wished I had a measure of it. Haley truly did believe that she was the center of the universe. It wasn't in a rude way. It was more like she was naive about it. Her parents had only encouraged her. Haley was a nice person at her core, but there was an element of her personality that was really lacking empathy for those around her. I was used to it by now. Most of the time, I found myself appreciating the comedy of it all. Haley and I had been friends since the first grade. Her parents bought a house across the street from my grandparents, and the rest was history. We started with cartwheels and mud pies, and we went through braces, driver's license exams, prom, and all the other things you do when you're growing up. She and I both had other friends, and we had times over the years when we didn't see each other quite as much, but she had been in my life for a long time. I wasn't the type of person to have drama in my friendships, so most of the time we got along. She did her thing, and I did mine. Haley and I had different views on things, but we didn't butt heads, considering. She was beautiful, popular, and wealthy, and yet I wasn't jealous of her or competitive with her at all. Okay, maybe I was a little jealous, but it was only about one thing. She had Jacob Blair, the best, most handsome, wonderful, genuine, kind, smart, gorgeous man in the whole world. I truly didn't know what Haley had done to deserve Jacob. He was too good for her. Jacob Blair was too good for any woman in Astoria, actually, so as far as his choices went, Haley Price was a reasonable one. I loved Jacob and his family so much that, a couple of times, I had been tempted to pull back on my friendship with Haley. But I chose to hang in there because I ultimately didn't want to lose my connection to the Blairs. She and Jacob had been together a long time, and I had gotten close to him and his family over the years. I had long since resolved to set aside any jealous or resentful feelings I had toward their relationship. The fact that Haley had Jacob was not a point of contention between us. I had always, and would continue to remain completely silent about my feelings for him. I respected both of them, and I treated Jacob as nothing more than a friend. As much as I was tempted to sometimes, I didn't flirt with Jacob or try to make him see Haley in a negative light. We had grown up together, and I had liked him before he and Haley ever got together. Even still, I never mentioned it. All these years, and I had never in any way made my true feelings for Jacob known. My feelings on the matter might as well not even exist. I knew being with Jacob Blair wasn't an option for me, but it didn't stop me from appreciating how perfect he was and how lucky Haley was to have him. Just the thought of Jacob brought a picture of him to my mind. I could imagine his piercing blue eyes. I blinked, focusing on Haley, who was still posing, shifting back and forth in front of the mirror with the purse on her hip. The lady behind her had given up and moved to a different mirror. Haley glanced at me with a huge smile. I couldn't help but smile back. She could be oblivious at times, but she had a pretty smile that was easy to smile back at. She hadn't always been the best friend a girl could ask for, but if someone was going to hold the title of best friend in my life, I suppose it would be Haley. In fact, we were in the middle of doing a very best friendy thing at the moment. This layover spent in the Los Angeles airport was the first stop on our way to Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. Haley and I would be sharing a room at the Buena Vista Resort and Spa. There were 8 of us girls going in total. It was a bachelorette trip for Jamie Bailey, one of our friends from high school. "Don't you think it's awesome?" Haley asked, smiling straight at me. "The purse? Yeah, it's nice. It looks good on you." "It's $360, she said. I sucked air through my teeth. "I don't know if it's that nice." Haley gave me a disbelieving stare. "Are you kidding? $360 is a steal for this. It's on clearance." She held up the tag for me to inspect. "See? It's normally $795. My eyes widened as I nodded, looking at the clearance tag. I was currently wearing a backpack purse. I had splurged and paid a few hundred for it, but I had been wearing it exclusively for 3 or 4 years now. I was definitely not the blow $400 on an impulse airport purse type of girl. "We could call it a finder's fee for Aunt Lydia." She said the words while smiling so brightly that it took me a second to fully take in and appreciate what she was saying. I had just helped her aunt and uncle sell their old home and buy a new one. Their closings had just taken place a couple of days ago. They were both $500,000 homes, which would translate to a nice paycheck for me. The problem was that I had not received said paycheck yet. Even once I did, I had other fish to fry with the money. I considered all of this as I stared at Haley. "I'm just joking," she said, pushing at me and still smiling. She wasn't joking, but maybe she was valid in thinking I owed it to her. Her aunt and uncle had been dream clients. I had an easy time helping them buy and sell their homes. I think they knew one of the other agents at my firm, and I was pretty sure they wouldn't have come to me if I wasn't Haley's friend. All of this factored into my thinking during those awkward seconds. Maybe I should have given her something for the referral. I had thought about it, but I didn't act on it. I certainly didn't want her thinking I owed her anything. I felt incapable of making an on-the-spot decision about it. I started to laugh and take it as a joke, like she said, but then I thought maybe I'd regret it if I did that. I hated owing people things. Part of me felt like I would go around with a cloud hanging over my head now that she had mentioned a finder's fee. I made the split-second decision to settle the score. "Just get it if you want it. I'll buy it for you for referring Lydia and Bill." "No." "Really?" Her face went from disbelieving to hopeful as she clutched the purse to her chest, and then her expression turned serious and she shook her head. "You really don't have to," she said, sounding sincere. "I know," I replied, nodding, "but I do appreciate the referral." She took a deep breath and then smiled and nodded like she thought it was a completely fair trade. I, personally, would have never brought up a finder's fee if our roles were reversed, but I figured it was reasonable for me to buy her something. I had bought her aunt and uncle a housewarming gift, and I thought about buying Haley something at that point, but I didn't. In this moment, I really regretted that. I smiled and nodded like I wasn't having any negative thoughts at all. "It looks good on you," I said. It did. She was beautiful, and it was a lovely purse, just her style. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Yes, of course," I said, thinking about all the zeros on the check I would receive from the closing of those 2 houses. It didn't matter if I had other things I needed to do with the money. Haley had no idea that was the case. We went through the process of buying the purse before making our way to our second flight. We were getting close to our gate when Haley dug her phone out of her pocket. She pushed buttons as we walked, and she glanced over and smiled at me. "Jacob," she whispered, even though I figured that was who she was calling. I listened to her one-sided conversation as we walked. "Hey." A pause. "We're in Los Angeles. You'll never believe what Charlie just bought me at the airport." She paused while he spoke on the other end. I couldn't hear a thing. "No, a purse. A Coach purse with fringe. It's not a knockoff either. You should see it. It came straight from the Coach store." She paused again, glancing at me with a smirk while he spoke again. "Right here in the airport. It was on clearance. She got it for me for hooking her up with Aunt Lydia as a client." She paused again. "Yeah, they closed on it the other day." The other girls in our party had all made it to the gate before we did. They were sitting in a group of chairs along the wall, and I walked in that direction. Haley was walking slower than me, but I figured she would hang back and talk to Jacob while I went to meet the others. "Hey, I've gotta go, babe," she said. "Yeah, we're at the gate." "Okay, I'll call you once we get there and get checked into our room." I didn't hear the rest of their conversation. I didn't care to. I walked off to meet the others. Chapter 2. The resort was gorgeous and all-inclusive. I had been on 2 other trips that were really similar to this one. Both of them were with a friend who was getting married. I had gone to a different city each time, but it was the same idea. A lush tropical resort where everything was included. This one was even more geared toward partying than the other ones. The city itself was apparently famous for its nightlife, and Jamie was the type who wanted to take advantage of that. She wasn't wild, but she liked to take pictures of herself partying, so we got dressed up every night so that we could go out on the town. We were on our 3rd and final night when I saw something that changed everything. It was a kiss. I was extremely frustrated with Haley already, so the kiss was just the straw that broke the camel's back. We were on our 3rd night, and we would be heading back to Oregon the following day. Haley had been talking to the same guy since day 1. There were a lot of single people around the resort, and everybody seemed like they were willing and ready to flirt with each other. It wasn't my thing. I enjoyed receiving male attention as much as the next girl, but this what happens in Mexico stays in Mexico type of thing didn't really do it for me. Especially for ladies like Haley and a few others in our group who were in serious relationships. As far as I could tell, Haley technically hadn't done anything inappropriate, but she had been talking to the same guy quite a bit since we had been there. She knew I didn't approve of them being buddy-buddy like that, but I didn't say anything because she insisted that they were just talking and it was innocent. During the times when she talked to him, I hung out with Chelsea and a few of the other girls in our group. We had guys come talk to us too. I had conversations with several of them, but I never singled out one guy and talked to him multiple times like Haley had. Also, I knew her well enough to know that she went out of her way to run into him, and that she put a little extra effort into her appearance when she knew he'd be around. As far as I knew, all of their meetings had been chance encounters, and they didn't exchange phone numbers or anything. But they had talked quite a bit since we had been there. Haley knew how I felt about cheating, so she would never tell me if she was. Then, I saw it. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. I saw her kiss him. Let me rewind and explain how it happened. I had left the group early and gone back to our room for the evening. It was late and I was tired. I had a bad crick in my neck. I got it the first night we were there. I thought it probably had to do with the hotel pillows being so different than my memory foam one at home. The pain wasn't unbearable, but it was annoying, and having it nag at me all day made me more tired than usual. 10 minutes after I got to our room, I realized Haley's phone was in my bag. I thought I'd hang on to it and let her get it when she got back, but then I realized I'd feel better if she had it with her. I didn't know how late she'd be out or what sort of predicaments she'd get herself into, and I felt like she was safer with it. I already had on my comfy clothes, so I called a couple of the other girls in the group to see if they could send Haley to the room to get her phone. They all had the same story. They said Haley wasn't around at the moment and that they weren't sure where she had gone. I felt like something was off. I thought I should take Haley her phone. I reluctantly decided to go back to the courtyard where everyone had been hanging out. I found Jamie and a few others sitting in a group when I got out there, but I didn't talk to them. The main courtyard was huge, like a town square with access to restaurants and shops. It took me a while to find Haley, but finally I spotted her dress. It was a white and navy striped number that you couldn't miss. I could not believe my eyes. They weren't kissing at first, but they were all over each other. Haley was on a bench with that guy, Sean, and she was shamelessly sitting on his lap, not just close by either, but smack dab on top of it. They weren't in the main busiest part of the courtyard. They were off to the side on a path. But they were in public, and they were unashamedly displaying PDA on a bench right there in front of God and everybody. I stood like a stone statue, mesmerized. Then, As if the lap-sitting and eye-gazing wasn't enough, they started kissing. It was an open-mouthed, passionate kiss. They looked like a couple who had been together for years. I knew it was Haley. I could see the side of her face. It was definitely her. I stood there watching them, unblinking. "Don't tell Jacob." Kim's arm came around my shoulders when she spoke, but I had been lost in thought, and she startled me by coming up so suddenly. I gasped and turned to her, not even realizing what she had said. "What? You scared me." "You don't need to go run off and tell Jacob," she said, shaking her head. She was smiling at me, but also giving me an underlying look of challenge. "Poor Haley was all freaked out about even talking to that dude in front of you. They've barely had 3 seconds to be alone. You need to relax while we're in Mexico, chica." "Me? Relax?" I asked with a disbelieving stare. "I am relaxed. My neck hurts, but I'm totally relaxed." I shrugged, trying to seem cooler than I was. "Haley can do what she wants. She's a grown woman." I held up her phone. I had her phone in my purse, and I was just coming to bring it to her in case she needed it. Kim glanced in Haley's direction and then back at me, wearing a sly smirk. "Yeah, I don't think she needs her phone right now," she said. She winked at me. "We should probably just pretend we never saw these two." Who was she to tell me what I should pretend? I glanced at them. How could I pretend I didn't see Haley lip-locked with Mr. Hawaiian's shirt over there? I was utterly annoyed, but I never let on to Kim. I smiled, and Kim had no idea it was fake. "Yeah, you're right," I said, nodding and acting way more casual than I felt. "She'll get it when she gets back to the room." Kim gave me a smirk before her expression shifted to one of curiosity. "Why do you go back to your room? You should stay and hang out with us. It's our last night." I smiled tiredly and reached up to touch my neck. "I have a bad crick in my neck," I said. "It's been bothering me all day, and I'm tired anyway." "That's right, I forgot about your neck. Did you take anything? Jamie's got some 800 milligram ibuprofen. You should ask her for some." "I already took something," I said. I nodded and smiled, starting to retreat toward my room. "Hope you feel better," she said. "Thanks." I felt like I was in a dream. A terrible dream. I stared at the pavement below my feet as I walked toward the room. Technically, Haley and Jacob's relationship had nothing to do with me, but I was inexplicably heartbroken by what I had just seen. My chest was heavy. I felt that yearning, aching sensation like I wanted to cry. My cheeks and jaw felt tender and painful. I pinched my eyes shut for a split second, trying to clear the image of what I had just seen out of my mind. I made it all the way back to the room before I realized what I was really feeling. Anger. I was so mad that I felt like I might actually have medical issues from it. I grabbed my phone and literally searched the words, "Can you have a heart attack from anger?" I was reeling from what I had seen. It wasn't that Haley had done the unthinkable and I hated her for it. Lord knew she wasn't the first woman in history to cheat on her boyfriend. It was that Jacob was the one being made a fool of. I hated it for his sake. I resented Haley for having someone like Jacob and not respecting how special that was. If I had Jacob for my own, I wouldn't be caught dead with some cheesy, muscle-bound beefcake at a random hotel in Mexico. The thought literally sickened me. I had never been so mad at Haley in my life. How could she take Jacob for granted? The word cherished was not a word that normally entered my mind, but as I sat there, stunned and heartbroken, that was the word that kept coming to me. If Jacob were mine, I would cherish him. He deserved to be cherished. I thought of the word itself. I only knew a few French words, but for some reason I thought that cher meant dear, and that was where the word cherish had come from. Maybe I had heard that somewhere. Jacob deserved to be dear to someone. I could guarantee that he wasn't going out looking for someone to cheat on Haley with while she was out of town. I was beyond irritated. I was livid, enraged, infuriated. I had so many thoughts and emotions over the whole thing that I was staring at the dark ceiling when Haley came in the room 3 hours later. I had set her phone on her bed, and she came in and grabbed it first thing. I didn't even look at her. "Hey," she said a minute later when she realized my eyes were open. "Hey," I said. "What's the matter?" she asked. In those seconds, I came extremely close to unloading on her. I blinked, reining in my anger. "Just my neck," I said, lying. She groaned and flopped back onto her bed. "My neck's kind of hurting, too. I think you're right. It's from these pillows." "Are you drunk?" I asked a moment later. She sat up. I heard her and saw her from the corner of my eye. "What did you say?" "Are you drunk?" I asked. "What? No, why would you even ask that?" "I was just making sure," I said. "I thought you might be." "Why?" "I don't know." "Well, not that it's any of your business, Mom, but I'm not." I was almost certain that if I told her what I had seen, she would change her tune about having too much to drink. Having a few too many would be easier to apologize for than doing what she did while sober. I didn't even want to talk to her. I was mad beyond reason, just utterly yucky feeling. I closed my eyes and put my arm over my face. "What's your problem?" "Nothing." "Why are you sighing like that?" "I'm sorry, I don't mean to." Part of me wanted to fight with her, to get in her face and explode on her, give her a piece of my mind, and maybe even get physical. But mostly, I didn't even feel like she was worth it. She clearly wasn't drunk, thus she could and should be held accountable for her actions. I didn't say another word to her that night. Things weren't the same with Haley and me after that. I went through the motions of being next to her as we finished our trip and flew home, but a gap had been created between us, a chasm, one that was undeniable and felt somehow irreversible. We had a few fights over the years where we'd argue and spend a little time apart, but then contact each other and make up again. This felt different than those. I honestly just had no interest in being her friend. I lost all loyalty to her after what she did to Jacob. It wasn't that I couldn't forgive a mistake. It was because of what I felt for Jacob. I could not take her seriously after what she had done to him. I loved Jacob Blair. I truly and honestly loved him, and not in a lustful way, although it would be easy to feel that way about Jacob. I just loved him for the person he was on the inside. I had always felt that way about him. Obviously, I felt more strongly for him than I did for Haley, because something just turned off in my brain when I saw her give herself so freely to that other guy. She could sense the distance I had created as we finished out the trip, but I got away with saying I was preoccupied with the pain in my neck. Chapter 3. I didn't talk to Haley for 3 days after we got back to Oregon. She called me, but I didn't call her back. Finally, she showed up at a public place where she knew I'd be, a track meet of all places. I wasn't as receptive to her as she hoped. In the days since we had gotten home, Kim had obviously told her that I knew what went down with that guy in Mexico, because Haley came up to me acting timid and overly friendly, like she needed to apologize for something. I acted as distant as I felt toward her, which meant that I came off as unreceptive. We had an abrupt conversation, where I was friendly but aloof. She mentioned making plans with me, but I made no commitments. She had gone into the conversation thinking she could win me over, but I was immune to her charms. That was yesterday, and today I was still thinking about our conversation. I was still having a bit of a hard time emotionally, for reasons that weren't just Jacob, but the good news was that having closure with my friendship with Haley felt nice. Seeing her yesterday only confirmed that. I knew distancing myself from her would prove to be a healthy choice for me in the long run. I had felt a lot of drama and inner turmoil recently compared to the life I normally lived, though, which was probably contributing to my stiff neck. That was what I was doing at this particular moment. I had just arrived at the chiropractor's office. The receptionist smiled at me when I came in the door. "Hi, Charlie," she said. "Hey, Danny, how are you?" "Better than you," she said, joking with me since we were always really friendly with each other. Did you say it was your neck? Yes, thanks for seeing me. It's been going on for over a week. I know he's going to tell me I should come in and get regular adjustments or this wouldn't happen, but I blame the hotel pillow. Danny chuckled. I hear you, girl. I take my own pillow to hotels. I guess I'll have to start doing that, I said, touching and stretching my neck. She smiled and gestured to the little hall that led to the waiting room. Have a seat and they'll call you back in just a minute. Thanks, I said with a stiff nod. I walked toward the back, and just as I entered the doorway to the waiting room, suddenly and without warning, something came around my body, enveloping me in an instant tight squeeze. Out of nowhere, there was a warm, supporting presence at my back. I felt big arms come around me, holding me gently but firmly. I gasped a little, stiffening with surprise. Charlie, I'm so sorry, the man whispered in my ear, tightening his grasp just a little. I could feel him shaking behind me as he began to chuckle. I really regret doing this. I'm going to let you go now, he said, still smiling while speaking quietly to me. Just as I realized that it was Jacob Blair, his grip loosened. He pulled back, making sure I had my balance. I'm so sorry, he said again, shaking his head in a self-deprecating way. For a glorious split second, I felt what it was like to be in Jacob's arms. I was completely speechless, and it made him smile and take me into his arms again, this time face to face in a light-hearted hug, where he patted my shoulder like a brother would. I heard you come in, he explained. So I stood there waiting to jump out and surprise you, but then right before I did it, I realized that I just heard you tell Danny your neck was hurting. He gave me one last squeeze before letting me go. I was just about to reach out and scare you when I realized what a terrible idea that was. He focused on my face with sweet concern. I hope I didn't hurt you. I'm sorry for being such a weirdo. I smiled and shook my head. You didn't hurt me at all. We found a spot and sat next to each other in the otherwise empty waiting area. It's not an injury or anything. I just have a crick in my neck. I turned to look at him. Why are you here? My shoulder, he said. I get an ultrasound done on it when it acts up. I knew that sometimes, when Jacob was working a lot, his shoulder would give him trouble. It was something he had dealt with for a while. He was looking like a dream in his fancy work clothes, as he called them. He was a foreman now, but he still did a lot of manual labor with his crews. When he was working, he would wear old jeans, usually dirty ones, with boots and a tan work shirt. Today, however, he had on his boss clothes, nice jeans and an ironed button-down shirt. It was rolled at the sleeves and unbuttoned at the collar, but he still looked sharp and handsome. He smelled good, too. It was the same cologne he had been wearing for years. Jacob was, hands down, my biggest weakness ever. I had wanted him for most of my life. My heart felt physically tugged in his direction. It was a challenge to keep from leaning toward him. Part of me wanted to blurt out what I had seen in Mexico. Haley said she saw you yesterday, he said, snapping me out of my thoughts. It felt for a second like he could read my mind. I gave him a nod. She came by the track meet. She said that was where she saw you. I didn't know you were already officially coaching at St. Charles. Well, I'm just a volunteer. They have other coaches, real coaches. But I'm helping out with the girls' team. Mainly sprints and hurdles, since that is what I'm most familiar with. Aiden was the one who asked me about doing it. Aiden was Jacob's new sister-in-law. She had just married his older brother, Henry. She used to volunteer at St. Charles High as well. Jacob nodded. I was at the house when she asked you about it. It's cool that it worked out. I remember you running the hurdles in high school. You were good. I bet you're great at coaching. That's probably fun. Thank you, I said. It is fun. I'm not really sure if I'm doing it right yet, but I like it. They're all really cool over there. The students all loved Aiden, too. It was true. They said how much they missed Aiden now that she had moved to Seattle. They were also impressed that she married Jacob's brother, Henry, who was in a rock and roll band that was getting more famous by the minute. Even if Henry wasn't popular for his music, they would have been impressed, though. Everyone in Astoria loved the Blair family. Jacob had 3 brothers, and all 4 of them were strapping, glorious, athletic male specimens. Did you have fun in Mexico? He asked. Yeah, we did, I said simply. He stared at me with slight concern, like he could sense the melancholy in my response. I should have said something to distract or reassure him, but I just pasted on a smile. I had been lost in a sea of confusion the past few days, and I didn't feel like talking about it. I felt like I would say something I regretted without even knowing it.
I assume you're coming to my birthday dinner, he said.
Jacob had a twin brother named Jasper. The boys never had an official birthday party, but their mom always made a special dinner for them to celebrate. It was something Becky Blair commonly did for birthdays. I was almost always there for them since I tagged along with Haley. It pained me that I would not be at this one. Oh, shoot, I forgot about that, I said, even though I hadn't. I sounded disappointed, so he would get the picture that I wouldn't be there.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, so you can still come.
I shook my head regretfully. I think we have a track meet, I said. Jacob turned in his seat and focused more fully on me.
Are you okay?
He asked. His concern was so genuine and sweet that I was rendered speechless. I wanted to tell him everything, and therefore I could say nothing. I could not stare at his face and lie to him and tell him that everything was going to be okay when it wasn't. I took a deep breath, praying I didn't say too much or seem too dramatic about it. I haven't talked to Haley much, I said, my expression regretful as I shook my head a little. And I don't know when I will, honestly. I'm sorry about that. Jacob regarded me thoughtfully, his eyes roaming over my face as he contemplated what I said.
I figured you guys had a fight or something, he said.
Did she say that?
No. She just blows me off when I ask about you. What's the problem? I wish I could help. I wish you could work it out. I'm going to miss having you there for my birthday. I was looking forward to my t-shirt.
He reached over and squeezed my leg to let me know he was just teasing me when he said that about the shirt. He didn't care about the shirt. He just wanted me there. I tried to smile, but I felt devastated on the inside. For the last 3 years, I had bought Jacob and Jasper both graphic t-shirts for their birthday. I had already bought the ones for this year. They were sitting in my laundry room, folded and ready to wrap. It was always fun for me to pick them out because I knew both of their personalities and knew what they would wear. I loved seeing them around town with my t-shirts on, and I was mad at Haley that this transaction would not be happening this year. I vowed in my mind to hastily file for an online return as soon as I got home. I held the reluctant smile even though I felt like crying.
I don't like it when you guys argue, Jacob said. It's better when you're around. Don't you think you will end up talking to her again anyway? Why don't you just make up sooner than later? That's what I always tell myself when I'm ready to throw in the towel. Love's a struggle, like Fred Rogers says.
Fred Rogers? I asked, glancing at him.
Mr. Rogers,
he clarified. What I really wanted to know was, what did Jacob mean when he said he wanted to throw in the towel? Did he mean he thought of breaking up with Haley, but he decided not to because of something Mr. Rogers said? My face must have reflected my confusion.
I was talking to my mom about different things one time, and she printed this quote for me. I have it in my sock drawer, along with a few other quotes she's given me over the years.
He held his hands out, indicating by pinching his thumb and forefingers the size of about 2 inches by 6 inches, about like a bookmark.
She gives them to me on little pieces of paper. Most of them are Bible verses, he said. I think she meant them for the fridge, but I keep them in my drawer. My eye falls onto 1 or 2 of them every morning, and I know them all by heart. The Mr. Rogers one says, "Love isn't a state of perfect caring. It is an active noun, like struggle. To love someone is to strive to accept that person exactly the way he or she is, right here and now."
He paused and smiled at me after he finished reciting the quote. It was a beautiful sentiment, but he was encouraging me to forgive Haley and be friends again, and I just couldn't make myself be close to her anymore. I was still and quiet for a few seconds, staring into his eyes, not knowing what to say. I admired him for being so forgiving and patient with Haley, but I was also frustrated with him for it. I sighed. I know it's good to restore relationships and everything. I think I just need a break. A really long break. I know it's weird. I'm sorry it has to be like that. He tilted his head and focused on me with a truly beseeching expression. I really wanted to cry at the way he was staring. I could tell he was sincerely torn up that I was no longer around. And again, I experienced that ache in my chest. Jacob! Neither of us had seen the assistant come into the room, but we both turned to her when she said Jacob's name. She stood there, smiling at us, waiting for Jacob to get up and follow her. Jacob instinctually stood up. Sorry about the wait, she said to him. She paused and peered around him, focusing on me. I'll be back out here to get you in just a minute, after I get Jacob going on the traction machine. I smiled and nodded at her, but my attention quickly shifted to Jacob, who was facing my direction.
I'm sorry we didn't get to finish our conversation,
he said quietly where she couldn't really hear.
I could call you later if you want to talk.
I felt instantly nauseated. Of course I wanted him to call me. It was the one thing I wanted most in the whole world. I shook my head nervously, feeling like my heart might beat out of my chest. No, it's okay, I said with a sad but reassuring smile. I'll miss your birthday party, though, you old man.
Hey, you're older than me,
he said, squinting. I grinned and shrugged. I never said I wasn't old, too. Happy birthday, though, seriously. And tell Jasper for me, too.
Thank you,
he said.
It won't be the same without you there.
He continued to walk toward the door, but he glanced back at me more than once. I could tell he was reluctant to leave me in that waiting room, and it was all I could do to keep from crying. When he finally disappeared down the hall, I took a much-needed deep breath, letting my shoulders slump. Chapter 4. 30 minutes later, while still in the chiropractor's office, I sat behind a cloth partition getting shock therapy on my neck and upper back. I heard people in the hall, but I couldn't see them. I was hooked up to a machine with sticky pads that sent pulses of electricity through my sore muscles. There was also a heavy heating pad wrapped around neck and shoulders. It was mostly dark in the room, and I had low music playing in my earbuds. I felt comfy and cozy in the secluded space, but I was still aware of the voices in the hall.
I think we should do it again next week,
I heard the chiropractor say.
I'll set it up with Danny.
Jacob's voice was unmistakable. From my vantage point behind the partition, I couldn't see the door that led to my room. It sounded as if Jacob was standing right there at the opening, though. I could clearly hear his voice.
Is Charlie Connor still here?
He asked. My heart sped up when he said my name.
Yes, she is,
the chiropractor said.
Is she in here? Do you mind if I talk to her before I go?
I don't know. Charlie, do you mind if I let a wild man in here with you? It's fine, I said.
Thank you,
Jacob said. Those were his parting words to the doctor. Before I knew it, the most wonderful man in all the universe was peeking around the corner of the room divider, smiling at me.
Ah, you're getting shocked.
His statement didn't require a response, since he could see the wires leading from me to the machine. He pulled up a rolling stool and sat on it. He was positioned directly in front of me, and I was in a big, stiff, cumbersome package that made it hard for me to look anywhere but straight at him. What's another one of those quotes? I asked, since it was a thought that had crossed my mind while I was sitting there.
What?
He asked, looking at me curiously. Like the Mr. Rogers one, in your sock drawer. What's another one of the quotes? I was curious.
But none of these things move me, nor do I count my life dear to myself so that I may finish my race with joy, and the ministry which I received from the Lord Jesus to testify to the gospel of the grace of God.
He grinned and shook his head.
That last part always trips me up. I used to give up and cut it short, but then I started remembering the rest of it. I think I got it right that time.
And that's a Bible verse, I assume. He gave me an amused smile, knowing I knew it was.
Yes, it is. Somewhere in Acts, I think. I always like the "but none of these things move me" part, because there's always going to be something moving you, pushing you, bothering you, some challenge or another to face.
Jacob Blair was the very definition of a real man to me. It was difficult to refrain from being bitter about not having him when I knew I could treat him so much better than Haley did. My pads had turned off when we were talking, and just then the assistant came in to take them off of me. Jacob stood up to get out of her way.
Anyway, I was going to ask you to tell your mom that I'd have the quote to her in a day or two. I told her it would take me a few days, but I didn't want her to think I forgot about her.
I was completely confused. We had just been talking about quotes in the sock drawer, but what did my mom have to do with it? What quote? I asked.
She had me come out and take a look at expanding her dock,
Jacob said. Oh, I thought you meant an inspirational quote. He laughed.
No, a work quote, a bid.
Oh, okay. I'll tell her, I said. I felt a rush of dread, and I felt like I needed to know more. My dad and stepmom lived out of state. My mother was all I had. I felt the need to look after her. Hey, I'm done here, I said. All I need to do is check out at the desk. Would you mind walking out with me?
No, of course not. I need to check out too.
Within minutes, Jacob and I had scheduled future visits and were on our way to the parking lot. He held the door open for me. I had a few minutes to think about it, so I wasn't as wound up as I had been when he first mentioned it, but I still wanted to talk to him about my mom. Hey, what did my mom ask you to do for her? I asked. How much work? What are we talking, price-wise? I mean, I know you don't know exactly, but what is it roughly? 200, 2,000?
Probably 7 or 8, and that's taking into account your family. It's more like a $12,000 job.
I coughed. 7 or 8,000? I thought you meant 100.
Oh, no. We have to sink new posts and rework some of her existing structure. We're looking at a lot of work.
No, don't look at a lot of work, please, Jacob. Look at no work. Seriously, please. Give her a bid that's too high. Or better yet, just tell her you won't do it. You'd be doing me a huge favor if you'd do that.
I'd love to help, but if I do any of that, your mom's going to go to the next guy who will charge her 12 or 15 and not do as good of a job. I'll work up a quote, but she doesn't have to hire us. She knows that. It's no pressure.
She will hire you, Jacob. That's what I'm saying. If you give her the quote, she'll hire you.
But you don't want her to,
he said, tilting his head at me as if genuinely trying to understand what was going on. She's broke, Jacob. She owes money to people. She's in a bind right now. I don't even know what she's thinking getting bids on stuff.
Dang. I'm sorry. Why don't you just talk to her about it? Tell her not to do it.
I would, but she won't listen to me. She'll get all defensive and say she's just trying to add to the equity of the house. She'll say she's doing it for my sake, which is ludicrous.
I don't know. I want to do what you're asking me to do, but I don't want to leave your mom high and dry. She refers a lot of her clients to us. I went on about how nice it would look, and I promised to get the quote to her. She seemed serious about having the work done. I feel like if she doesn't hire me, she'll hire someone else. I thought your mom was doing good.
I thought so too, until about a year ago.
What happened?
She took out a loan in my name without telling me. She had been spending more than she made for years, but it finally caught up with her. She owes back taxes right now. It's a mess. I'm having to help her out just to pay her bills. I can't believe she's thinking about doing a big job on the house. I'm just flabbergasted. But I know her. If I confront her about it, she'll just say she's doing it in case she needs to sell the house. She'll say she can make more money off of it than she spent. That's how she'll reason with me.
She actually said those exact words to me,
Jacob said. Did you even tell her how much it would cost? He shook his head.
No.
It was bright outside, and I slipped on my sunglasses before regarding him with a sigh. I'm really sorry to tell you all that, I said honestly. I just hate to be the bad guy all the time with her. I feel like the parent-child roles are reversed sometimes. I wish there was something you could do to advise her against the project.
I'm so surprised. I thought your mom was always so busy and successful.
She is busy and successful. She works a lot, but she still spends too much money.
Yeah, that could be a problem,
he said. I gave him a sincere smile. I'm sorry for asking you to get involved. I shouldn't have done that. Just give her the bid like you were going to do, but be fair with it. You don't need to give her any kind of discount, not for my sake. I mean, me and Haley are not even... What I'm trying to say is... All I'm saying is that I might not be seeing you all that much, and I don't want you to agree to something that isn't a good deal for your company or whatever. Just charge her what you normally charge. I let out a small, nervous laugh. Jacob, I'm sorry I'm rambling. I'm sorry for telling you this stuff. I'm glad I saw you today, though. And because I was flustered from all the previous rambling, I added something totally unnecessary. I bought your t-shirts already, I said. Yours and Jasper's? I was going to try to return them, but I don't know if the place I got them from online will charge return shipping or not. I thought about just bringing them to Salvation Army. He stared into my eyes, his gentle smile turning into a look of care and concern. His blue eyes were utterly stunning. They seemed to pierce through me. I felt like he could see my actual feelings, like he could tell I wanted him. I made myself quit talking altogether. I smiled.
I am really bummed about you and Haley, Charlie. You're acting like you're never coming over again, and I feel like that's just unacceptable.
I felt breathless. I'm sorry, I said simply. I meant it. I was sorry. I really wanted to tell Jacob he was making a mistake by trusting Haley, but revealing the truth would hurt him as bad as it would her. I felt like I was being crushed, like a heavy weight was pressing against me, coming in from all sides. I was heartbroken and uncomfortable, and I couldn't think of anything I could do to change my situation. I just looked at him with a small smile, preparing to turn and walk the remaining distance to my car.
I want that shirt, he said. I heard you say you were going to give it to the Salvation Army. Please don't. I always love the shirts you pick out for me. I'll pay you for it if you don't want to give it to me for my birthday.
No, I want to give it to you, I said. I just didn't want it to be awkward for... Maybe if I give it to you, you could just not mention where you got it. And I probably wouldn't worry about giving Jasper his. That would be obvious.
I don't see why you can't just drop by the house and give them to us like always. I talked to Haley last night after she spoke to you at the track meet, and she seemed to think everything was okay with you two.
She would say that, since the alternative was to tell him the truth. I was glad Kim told her that I had seen what happened in Mexico. I was glad she knew. It made ending our friendship easier for me. It's fine, I agreed. It's not awkward right now, and I don't want it to be. I wish her the best, but I'm just not going to be able to let our lives intersect anymore. I'm honestly just done. It's probably best that you don't even tell her you ran into me today. That'd seriously be wonderful if you don't mind.
I can't believe you just said your lives won't intersect. That sounds like you're so serious.
I am serious, I said, nodding regretfully. Jacob took a deep, contemplative breath, his chest rising and falling. He reached up, running his hands through his hair in a frustrated gesture, as if searching for something that could make this all go back to normal.
How am I going to get my shirt?
He asked. He didn't care about the shirt. Not enough to continually ask about it, at least. He was just being sweet and trying to see me again. I could tell he felt like this was goodbye for us, and he hated it. I wished he hated it in a different way. I wished he hated it like a boyfriend hated saying goodbye to a girlfriend. I have some houses to show tomorrow, I said. I'll be all over town. You can text me if you are on a job site, and I could leave it in your truck. He gave me a nod.
Okay. And Charlie?
Yeah?
I'm seriously going to miss you.
I could not stop the flood of hot tears that rushed to my eyes. Thankfully, I was wearing sunglasses, and we were saying goodbye so I could get away before it became an issue. Tears stung my eyes, and I opened my car door, shooting Jacob a little smile from over the roof of the car.
"Same here," I said. I wanted to say, "I'm seriously going to miss you too," but I knew that I wouldn't be able to get those words out without officially crying. "Text me tomorrow sometime and let me know where your truck is parked." I grinned lightheartedly at his nod as I ducked into my car.
Chapter 5. I was at my mom's house a few days later when I saw Jacob's business card on her counter. I had been wanting to bring up the subject to her, and this gave me the perfect opening.
"Why do you have Jacob's card?"
I asked, even though I already knew. "I keep his cards on hand," she said. "I refer clients to him and Jasper when they need any dock or deck work done."
"Oh, okay. I thought maybe you were thinking about getting something done," I said.
"I am," she said. There was disdain in her tone. She was daring me to question her. My mother had exquisite, expensive taste and an alpha attitude from way back. She did fine socially, but she was a strong woman who didn't care for people questioning her decisions. "He's only charging me $700, and it's a ton of work. It's really going to change our property value here, Charlie, by thousands, maybe tens of thousands. There's no way I can pass it up. I should have called him months ago."
$700 for what?
"For all kinds of stuff," she said. "An extension on the dock with a whole new deck area at the end with a rail and a bench and lights for fishing. That's what Hannah and Jean did with theirs. You've seen it. It's amazing."
She was smiling and all excited, but all I felt was dread. "Mom, Jacob, what did he... The bid, is that price... The $700, is that for the work he came and looked at doing on the first day?"
She tilted her head at me. "What do you mean, the first day?"
"This bid, the $700, was it the original bid, or did you change your mind and ask for less work?"
"I have no idea what you're talking about. Charlie, Jacob Blair came over here, looked at the job, and gave me a bid, period. It's $680-something. I think that price is a discount because he knows you. I'm not an expert, but I'm pretty sure this work would normally cost a lot more than that. I think he might just be charging me for the supplies." I took a deep breath, trying to remain patient with my mother.
"Mom, $700 won't even cover supplies for all that stuff you're talking about. Please don't tell me you gave him the go-ahead on this."
She regarded me with the face of annoyance and confusion. "Why would I not, Charlie? It's going to add thousands to our property value. You'll thank me when one of us goes to sell this place."
"I'm not saying it's a bad investment, Mom. I'm just saying we probably don't need to start a big construction project before we get other things paid off. And Jacob, he can't be quoting you prices like... Never mind."
"That's right," she said with a nod and a smile. She winked at me. "Even Ms. Pennypincher knows a good deal when she sees it." I smiled.
"Yep, it's a really good deal, Mom."
I stayed at her house for another hour, but all the while I was thinking about Jacob and that impossibly low bid he had given my mother. By the time I left her house, I had made a decision about what to do to fix it. I wanted to call Jacob immediately, but it was Saturday, and I knew there was a chance he might be with Haley. Of course, this was strictly business, but I didn't want there to be any drama, so I waited. I called his cell phone the following Monday, but I did it from my landline at work so my name wouldn't show up in his recents. It felt weird being secretive when I had nothing to hide, but I knew Haley randomly picked up his phone and looked at it, and I didn't want there to be any confusion at all. Jacob's phone rang 4 times, and finally his voicemail picked up. I expected him to answer, and I got distracted listening to his greeting, so I wasn't prepared to speak when the phone beeped.
"Hey, Jacob, this is Charlie Connor. I know you spoke to my mom about doing some work on her dock. I wanted to ask you a few questions about that. If you could, call me back. Thank you so much. You could probably just call this number, or my cell, but I'm right here in my office at my desk, so this number will work great. It's Charlie Connor, calling from my mom. About a job?
Thanks, Jacob. Okay, bye.
I could not believe what a dork I was. I pressed the lever to hang up the phone with my finger, and with the other hand, I gently bashed the handset on my desk. I was such a nerd for calling him from a landline and then leaving a long, rambling message. I should have just called him from my cell. I had nothing to hide. It was only moments later when my office phone rang. "Scout Realty, this is Charlie." That was how I always answered my office line.
Is your cell phone broken?
Was the first thing Jacob asked.
No, why? Why didn't you just call me on your cell? I would have recognized the number and picked up.
Oh, it's okay. I didn't know if you were busy or whatever. I didn't want to bother you. I shut my eyes tight, begging myself to calm down and talk right.
You're never bothering me, Charlie.
I could tell by the sound of his voice and the way the wind hit his phone that he was outside and maybe even walking. "I just wanted to talk business for a second, if you can," I said. Obviously, I wanted to talk business. I had already said that. I shouldn't have to specify anyway. Ugh!
Sure, what you got?
He asked. It really was remarkable how nervous I was talking to him. I actually felt slightly nauseated. I was definitely shaken. My mom? I was at my mom's house and she told me something about a ridiculously low bid you gave her on the dock. I can't let you do that, Jacob.
Can't let me do what? I haven't done anything.
Did you give my mom a bid on that job she called you about?
I believe I did.
There was a moment of silence where I thought he would say something more to explain himself, but he didn't. Was it for all that work you were telling me about the other day? The expansion on her dock with a deck and bench and everything?
I don't have the paperwork in front of me right now, he said, obviously evading the question. Jacob, you can't do that. It is my company, Charlie, so I'm pretty sure I can do whatever I want.
There was a smile in his voice. I could picture exactly what he looked like, smiling and walking with a phone to his ear. Seriously, though, Jay, she's got to learn that there are some things she just can't afford. She wants to live this lavish lifestyle. She doesn't even realize how much of a deal you are giving her.
I might not be doing it for her, Charlie.
What do you mean?
Your mom's right. They're all good changes to make. The new dock will only add to the property value. I don't mind doing it. I'm going to get a small crew and we'll get to it between other jobs. Think nothing of it, Charlie, seriously.
Oh, no, there's just no way you can do that, Jacob. I just can't let you. It's too much. I've already thought about it. She's going to give you the $700 or whatever, and then I'm going to make up a little bit of the difference with $6,000. I'll do $3,000 this month and $3,000 next. I know that's not even enough, but I thought it might.
You're not giving me money, Charlie.
Well, I can't let you do it for free, Jacob, so either you let me give you some money or we call it off. I'm not going to let her take advantage of you like that. It's embarrassing.
Nothing is embarrassing. Your mom is not taking advantage of me. I'm not even doing it for her. I told you that.
Who are you doing it for then?
For you, Charlie. And I'm doing it because I want to.
Jasper is going to know how much work y'all did for her, and I just don't want...
Jasper's not going to know anything. Let me worry about Jasper. This is my project.
We were both quiet for a few seconds. I'm giving you the $6,000. I already decided on that. It's still not enough.
I'm not interested in giving you a bargain, Charlie. I'm doing this as a friend, as a gift. I don't want you to give me anything, please.
Oh my gosh, Jacob. I don't even know what to say.
Say thank you.
Thank you, I said.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure. It's going to look amazing.
I know it will.
Okay, I'll talk to you soon. Bye, Charlie.
Bye, Jacob. Thank you. It was 3 days later when Haley Price showed up on my doorstep in a giant rage, a fit of anger. It was 10 p.m. on a Thursday night, and I was at my house alone when I heard her banging relentlessly on the door. It was so loud that I was wary about answering it at first. There she stood. I hadn't seen her in a week or so, and she already seemed like a stranger to me. She stared straight at me with a serious expression. It looked like she really hated me. "You told him, didn't you?" She called me a stupid B-word after that. She just stood there and said it to my face, looking at me like she wanted to kill me. "I didn't tell anyone anything," I said, trying to stay calm, but staring at her with about as much scorn as she was using on me. She stood on my porch with me in the doorway. I did not dare invite her inside while she was looking at me like that. "He left me, Charlie, and you're the only one who would have told him. You were the only one who was mad at me about it." She might as well have growled the statement. You could tell how enraged she was by her tone, not to mention the F-word was scattered all over everything she said. Haley wasn't a habitual cusser, so the language kind of sounded forced. Either way, she was angry. And there she was, chewing me out for something I had not done. As much as I wanted to tell Jacob Blair what she had done to him, I had kept it to myself. I remained calm in this moment, though, because she was so overly not calm. "Haley, I promise, if Jacob found out about what happened in Mexico, it was not from me. I did not tell him." "Don't lie, Charlie. I know you've been talking to him. I know you got him that shirt with the tiger on it." My heart dropped when she mentioned the shirt. "I did talk to him," I said. "I saw him at the chiropractor. I did not, however, Haley, tell him anything about you. I promise on everything I have, God, my family, my mother, my career. I promise. Maybe I didn't approve of what was going on, but I promise, hand to heaven, that I did not say a thing to Jacob about it." I stared directly at her. I was telling the truth, so I knew I was convincing. She put her face in her hands and sobbed, right there on my front porch. "When did this happen?" I asked. 2 days ago, she said. "I thought that he was just... I don't know. I thought he didn't mean it at first. I've been texting and calling him for 2 days, begging him to take me back. I just left his house and he was... just so unresponsive. He told me that things had changed, that it was time our lives didn't intersect anymore. What in the world does that even mean?" "I don't know," I said, shaking my head absent-mindedly. "He didn't mention knowing anything about what happened in Mexico, but I know that's why he broke up with me. That has to be it. That's the only reason he would have done that. One stupid mistake. I can't believe you didn't tell him. Kim and Rachel were the only others who knew for sure anything happened, and I know they didn't say anything." She trailed off with a weak sigh, whimpering and sobbing again. She wiped her face with her shirt. She was so pitiful that I was tempted to hug her. I didn't. "Did you get him that shirt with the tiger?" she asked. "Yes, but I had already bought it knowing his birthday was coming, and when I ran into him at the chiropractor, I mentioned it. I left it in his truck the next day. I didn't even see him. I certainly didn't have a conversation with him about Mexico. He might not even know what happened. He has to. There's just no way he would have broken up with me if he didn't." It annoyed me that she said there was just no way he would have broken up with her if he hadn't caught her cheating. Instead of feeling sorry for her, I felt like she was being full of herself. I hated to see anyone hurting, and I felt bad for her in that regard, but not in the way I used to. My patience had run out. Something had flipped. I was disconnected. "I'm sorry you're hurting," I said. "You can count me out, though, in your search for who told Jacob. I promise that if he knows, it wasn't me who told him." She turned to walk away, mumbling something about how I was rude. I hated for things to be awkward with us, but my other option was to hug her or otherwise comfort her, which would lead us to being friends again. I couldn't let that happen. Things were better in my life since I had cut ties with Haley. I hated not being around the Blairs, and honestly, I missed Haley's family too. I definitely missed some aspects of being friends with her, but the trait of not experiencing the negative parts of the friendship was worth it to me. My life had improved since I cut ties. It was easier for me to be more positive in general, like Haley had been a negative force in my existence. Mumbling obscenities at me as she walked away only made me more convinced that I was doing the right thing. Chapter 6. Jacob Blair. 3 months later. Jacob was loyal, steady, trustworthy, a creature of habit. He was the type who knew how to set long-term goals and patiently work at achieving them. His twin Jasper was the passionate, impulsive one. As business partners, the two of them were a match made in heaven. They were both hard workers who each brought something different to the table. The fact that they were gorgeous, popular, almost identical twins was an added bonus. They worked hard, and they made every effort to please customers, and their business had grown from a simple 3-man operation to a full-time team of 50 with an office, a warehouse, trucks, and heavy machinery. They had been working steadily and planning for over 6 years, and during the last 2 years they really started seeing the fruits of their labor. That was why Jacob could do projects for near free if he wanted to. He and a small crew worked on Charlie's mom's dock during May, which happened to be one of the busiest months of the year for them. His life was comically busy that summer, but it worked out since he was going through a major life transition. For someone like Jacob, who was routine-oriented, breaking up with a long-term girlfriend was challenging. He was used to having a woman next to him at certain times. He was used to assuming he had a date to every occasion for the rest of his life. But something was off after Haley took that trip to Mexico. She had acted like that a couple of other times during their relationship. She seemed discontent, irritable, unhappy with her life the way it was. Jacob was such a patient person that he tended to ignore this type of behavior until it went away. He had done it before. But this time it dawned on him that he didn't have to just put up with it and forgive her even when he didn't like how she was acting. It was Charlie that made him see that. She had stopped hanging out with Haley first, and Jacob followed suit just a few days later. He had talked to Charlie about doing that job for her mom, and he realized during that encounter that all of the things she was saying were not the things Haley would say. He realized during that conversation how much more comfortable he was talking to Charlie than his own girlfriend, and that was the thing that put him over the top. He understood why Charlie had ended the friendship. She was the one who had been the good friend all these years. Jacob didn't want to be tied to the woman he identified with the least. It was difficult, but Jacob put an end to their relationship. It had been 3 months since then, and he hadn't seen Haley at all. He hadn't seen Charlie either, actually. He saw her from a distance one time at Safeway, but he couldn't get her attention. Summer was a busy season for her, too, and she hadn't been at her mom's at all while they were working on the dock. She had called to thank him, and she even sent a card with some nice gift cards, but he hadn't seen her in the 3 months since he and Haley broke up. It was better that way, since they both had things to sort out. He thought of her now because he looked up and saw a picture of her flash on the desktop computer in Matt Daigle's office. Charlie was wearing a bikini in the photo, and Jacob felt a stab of annoyance that this was something Matt apparently stared at every day.
You okay, man?
Matt asked, moving into Jacob's line of vision to try to get him to look that way.
You looked mad for a second, bro.
He paused, and then it looked like something dawned on him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even think about it. That's a picture from that trip Rachel went on.
Matt reached out and tilted his computer screen away from Jacob.
I know you and Haley broke up. I'm sure it's hard seeing her.
Haley? Had she been in that picture? Jacob smiled and shook his head a little.
No, man, it's all right. I've had a while to get used to it. You were together a long time, huh? Yeah,
he said, nodding. But all the while, he was remembering that black bikini and the girl who was wearing it. He had seen Charlie in a swimsuit before, but he had never noticed her the way he did today, the way a man notices a woman. He found the memory of that image quite distracting. His mind kept going back to it. His heart was racing just thinking about it. She had on leather bracelets in the picture, several strands of them. He made a mental note to try to find those photos again once he got to a computer.
Jacob, are you all right?
Matt was snapping in the air in front of Jacob's face to get his attention.
I asked you like 3 times. I'm sorry, what did you ask? I'm the one who should be sorry, dude. I shouldn't have had that stuff of Haley on my computer when you came in here. I didn't even think about it. It's not that at all,
Jacob said, telling the truth.
It's something else completely. Oh, okay, good. Well, then what I was asking was when you thought you might have the bid for me. By tomorrow or the next day,
Jacob said, getting to his feet. He reached out to shake Matt's hand.
Thanks for the call, Matt. I know we could do a good job for you. I know you can, Matt said. I pretty much already told Lenny we were going with you guys no matter what the price was because of how good you guys do. Well, I appreciate it,
Jacob said.
I'll try to get that bid to you tomorrow.
Jacob drove straight to his mother's house so he could look at her Facebook account. He had long ago trusted someone else with the social media for the company. He didn't do any of that stuff personally either, so his mother's account was his only access to Facebook. Thankfully, it was extremely easy to access. There was a computer at his parents' house right out in the open near the breakfast area. His mother's Facebook account opened with one click. He knew she didn't mind if he looked at it, so he went to sit in front of the computer as soon as he walked in the door.
Hey, Mom,
he yelled toward the hallway.
Morning, baby, come on in. I'll be right out.
She was in the master bedroom, so Jacob could barely hear her even though she was yelling. He really wanted to get on her account, but he decided to wait for her to come out, just in case. Jacob's foot bounced up and down, teetering on the rung of the bar stool. He felt antsy. He couldn't believe he had never seen Charlie like that before, all looking like a woman. Within a minute, Becky came down the hall, smiling at her son.
I saw you pull up from the bedroom and I thought, what in the world is he doing here at this hour? I just got done with a meeting, he said, doing a bid for Matt Daigle over at his uncle's place.
Matt Daigle. I haven't seen him in a long time.
He's dating Rachel Martin now.
Becky's whole career had been spent at the local middle school. She knew just about everyone in town because of that. She smiled and nodded, imagining those two together.
Do you mind if I get on your Facebook?
Jacob's hand was already on the mouse, but he waited for his mom's nod of approval before he shook it and made the screen come alive.
Of course, she said. Just let me know if you have trouble getting to it. Dad had to change the password. We thought someone got into my account, but it turns out it was just a copycat, whatever that means. I don't know anything about all that. People do the weirdest things with their time.
Becky came up and gave Jacob a sideways hug before walking into the kitchen. She went to the cabinet and took out a glass. Jacob noticed her absent-mindedly, but he was more focused on getting to the proper Facebook account. He opened the app, and within a few clicks, he found Charlie's page. It seemed to be her business profile. He scrolled a little and couldn't really find anything personal on it. He typed in Jamie Bailey since it was her wedding trip in the first place. This girl posted all the time. Jacob had to scroll for what seemed like an eternity to find pictures from the trip a few months ago. Finally, he found a photo album labeled Mexico. It had 86 pictures in it. Jacob clicked on it, and the first image came up full screen. It was a group shot of all the girls at the airport. Charlie was there. Just as Jacob's eyes found her face, his mother came to stand next to him. She handed him a glass of juice.
Thank you,
he said. He drank the juice all at once, hoping that his mother might offer to take the glass back to the kitchen so that he could look at the other 85 pictures. She did offer to take the glass from him, but she didn't move to go back to the kitchen. She put her hand on his shoulder and looked at the screen, noticing what he had been looking at. It wasn't the first time she had glanced at the computer since she had been standing there. She let out an audible sigh, and Jacob turned to look at her.
I wasn't going to say anything because I know you internalize a lot, Jay, and you didn't really want to talk about it or whatever, but I've got to tell you, baby. I think it's a good thing what happened between you two. I knew it would be hard for you because you were so content, but I honestly see good changes since the split. I really do think it was the right thing. It's been a few months, and you seem so fine. I'm kind of surprised to see you looking at these again. She patted his shoulder, staring at the computer and wearing a concerned smile. At some point, you'll meet someone else you like, and this will all seem like a distant memory. It already does seem like a distant memory, Mom. I'm fine. She looked from him to the computer screen and then back to him. She seemed to be confused. I'm not looking at Haley. I'm all good. That's all good. I have closure with her. I'm totally fine. Oh, she said, looking genuinely surprised. She turned stiffly and headed to the kitchen like she was just going to trust him. And since Jacob wasn't even sure of his own feelings, he didn't bother explaining them to his mother. He just continued scrolling through that album called Mexico. The photos obviously featured Jamie, but the other girls were in a lot of them. His eyes were drawn to Charlie every single time. He flipped to the next one. Charlie. 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 He tried to make himself look at the other girls in the photos, just to prove to himself that he could take his eyes off of her. But his gaze always drifted back. And then, as he was trying to look at other details in one of the pictures, he noticed that in one of them, Haley was talking to someone in the background. It was a man, and there was nothing in the photograph that led him to believe they were being directly inappropriate, but he knew that was the case. He knew it just by how they were sitting and how she was smiling at him. In that moment, certain things started to make sense to Jacob. He felt a rush of emotion. He was angry and maybe even a little disgusted. Somehow he also felt relieved, though. He felt a lot of things right then, but surprisingly, jealousy and disappointment weren't on the list. He did not regret breaking up with Haley. This photo only confirmed to him that he had done the right thing. He flipped to the next one. Charlie. 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 Charlie with a little dress on. Charlie making a silly face. How had he not seen her for what she was? He knew he loved her heart, but he never saw the other things about her. She was the best one of the whole group. She was gorgeous, and she was so real. He definitely missed her presence in his life more than he missed Haley's. He blinked at the screen, focusing on Charlie anytime she was in one of the photos. He flipped through them quickly, realizing with each passing frame how blind he had been. He felt anxious and happy at the same time. Anxiously happy. He didn't tell his mom what he was thinking, and she didn't ask. She seemed to trust that his sudden desire to look at Facebook had nothing to do with Haley, and she was content to not pry beyond that. Jacob called Charlie as soon as he left his mother's house. His phone was already to his ear as he pulled out of the driveway. Chapter 7. Jacob. That same day. Jacob called Charlie when he left his mom's house. When she didn't pick up, he left her a message saying, "Call me when you get the chance." He thought it would only take her a few minutes to get back to him. 4 hours later, and he still hadn't heard back. As he drove, he contemplated calling her a second time, or maybe just sending her a text. He was considering his options when he pulled up at a stoplight next to Gwen Connor's white Cadillac. The windows on Jacob's truck were tinted, and he had his driver's side window rolled down by the time he came to a stop next to her. He watched Gwen glance over at him. Her face went through all the various stages of recognition. She fumbled with trying to get her window down as she reluctantly glanced back and forth at the traffic light. It wasn't terribly busy at the intersection, but she seemed nervous about watching the light.
"I tried to call Charlie,"
Jacob said, yelling. He knew he had a very limited amount of time to say what he wanted to say. "We've had 2 get-togethers on that dock. It's just beautiful, Jacob." Gwen had no idea that Jacob had even mentioned Charlie. She hadn't heard him. She smiled at him, expecting him to respond to her statement about the dock. The light turned green. Jacob had to think fast. He gestured out of his front windshield.
"If you have a second, Get in front of me and pull into the flower shop.
Gwen nodded quickly. Okay, she said as he took off. Within a block, Gwen had merged in front of Jacob, and the two of them drove into the parking lot of a strip mall. She found a spot in the shade, and Jacob parked next to her the same way they had been at the light, with his driver's door next to her passenger's side. Is everything okay? She asked, since it was a little unlike Jacob to ask her to pull over in traffic.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to ask about Charlie. It's been a while since I've seen her.
Oh, she's doing great. She finished track season at the school, and she's been real busy with work and everything. She said she sent you a card to thank you for doing such a good job on the dock. We've had 2 get-togethers out there since you finished it.
I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it. And yes, Charlie did send me a card. It was really nice of her.
She had also sent a generous amount in gift cards, but Jacob didn't mention that since Gwen probably didn't know. She's officially off the grid for the weekend, fishing and stuff. Gwen smirked at Jacob, shaking her head. That girl never once had let me choose an outfit for her until this weekend, and it was for a masquerade ball of all things. That's what she came to me for, help with a mask and formal dress, believe it or not. Gwen laughed, but Jacob just stared at her in confusion. It was like she was speaking another language. She said something about Charlie being off the grid and fishing, and then a masquerade ball, and Jacob had no idea how those 2 things could possibly go together.
Wait, where is Charlie?
He asked, knowing he had missed something. In Portland, outside of Portland, way out in the boonies. That's why she doesn't have cell service. There's a landline to make contact in an emergency, and I think there's Wi-Fi if you wanted to email her, but she doesn't have any service. I think the owner of the place likes it that way. You know, where everybody has to put their devices down for the weekend. He's an eccentric. He does that masquerade ball every year. He and his wife, they really get into it. Even the servers and staff are in costume. At least that's what I've heard. It's Charlie's first time to go. She didn't know if it'd be her thing, but I think she's looking forward to it.
What exactly are you talking about? Who's eccentric?
Todd Bowman. He's the founder and owner of Scout Realty. They have locations all over now, in 5 or 6 states. He and his wife live in Portland. That's where he got it started. The main headquarters are there. Jacob still felt a little confused.
And Charlie's staying at their house?
He asked. Oh, no, it's not their house. It's a facility out in the woods. They own it, though. It has a bunch of cabins with a big ballroom and banquet room. I heard that main building looks like a castle. It's supposed to be gorgeous. It's out in the middle of the woods with a creek and everything. You can go fly fishing and rafting. I actually know someone who went there one time for an artist's retreat. The Bowmans rent it out when they're not using it. Anyway, it's a big weekend for Scout Realty. They give their top agents a weekend retreat with gourmet catering, all you can eat. Then at the end of it, there's a big ball, a masquerade ball. That's on Saturday night. That's what I was helping her with. We got her all fixed with a dress and mask. The Bowmans will have a boatload of people out there for that. That's not just for the top agents. Other people go.
So anyone can go?
He asked. Well, not just anyone. Charlie said it's a hot ticket. She said a couple of people put it in their contract when they were buying or selling a home that they wanted an invite to it. The weekend retreat is the best part, though. They only invite the top 50 agents in the whole company to come stay the weekend. I told Charlie it's an honor. She got invited last year, and she didn't go because she had a closing scheduled. I'm glad she went this year. I told her if she didn't go again, they might stop inviting her. Jacob honestly had no idea what to say. He didn't usually have conversations about weekend retreats with eccentrics and masquerade balls in his normal, everyday life, so this whole exchange took him a little off guard. Gwen Connor was happy to see Jacob, and she was a talker, so all the information she had presented was done so in a quick, chipper manner. It took Jacob a second to compute the things she was saying.
It's just Thursday,
he said. She nodded. She just left this morning. She'll stay 3 nights, tonight through Saturday, and come home on Sunday. Did you need to reach her for something? You could probably email her or leave her a voicemail. I think she'll check her phone once or twice a day. In those seconds, Jacob considered his options. At the moment, Sunday seemed like far too long to wait to see Charlie.
How do you get an invitation to go to that thing?
He asked. The retreat's only for the top 50 agents at her real estate company. You can't get an invitation to that. But the ball? There's probably a few hundred people going to that. It's hard to get an invitation, though. The Bowmans go all out for it. They serve lobster and sushi and even give out gift bags. Charlie said last year they had watches in them. Can you believe that? 300 watches? I don't think they were Rolex, but they weren't Timex either. Jacob almost persisted. He almost asked Ms. Connor to help him think of a way to get into this ball. But she seemed to be oblivious to the fact that he was desperate to see Charlie, and he thought it might be better to keep it that way.
That sounds fun,
Jacob said, nodding.
I was just wondering how she had been. I hadn't seen her in a while.
Really busy, but good, Gwen said. You should give her a call sometime. I'm sure she'd love to hear from you. Gwen spoke slowly during that last part of her statement. She regarded him thoughtfully. It was as if it was hitting her for the first time that Jacob might be asking about Charlie for some reason other than a casual, friendly, random check-in. This made Jacob a little antsy.
Thanks, Ms. Connor. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying the doc.
Oh, you did such a great job, Jacob. Thank you, baby. And don't worry, I'm not telling anybody how much you charged me. Charlie said there was more of a discrepancy in the price you gave me than I was originally aware of.
Don't mention it, Ms. Connor. We were happy to do it.
He gave her a wave, and in seconds he was pulling onto the street. One of the very first things he did was call his oldest brother, Max. Max would be his best bet at getting a ticket to this thing. He lived in Portland, and he knew a lot of important people. Jacob felt so good about his chances that a wide grin spread across his face as he held the phone to his ear.
What's up, brother?
Max answered the phone before the second ring, and he spoke quickly like he always did. Max was the oldest, the golden boy, the trailblazer. The other Blair brothers had big shoes to fill with Max. He was a beloved high school and college athlete who played both baseball and football. He played one amazing rookie year in the MLB before getting into a career-ending boating accident. As a sports agent, he now represented top names in the NBA, NFL, and the MLB. He had a focused, no-nonsense way of speaking that Jacob was used to by now.
Why the phone call and not a text?
Max asked.
Because I'm driving and it's too long to text. I need a huge favor. A really weird, huge favor. Weird, huge favors are what agents specialize in, Jacob.
Jacob laughed, loving the fact that he knew the perfect person for the job. If anyone could do this, Max could.
I need a ticket to a masquerade ball. The guy's name is Todd Bowman. It's out in the woods, outside of Portland. He's got a facility. Cabins and stuff.
Max was quiet for a few long seconds, which was unlike him.
Jay, you're not in some kind of cult, are you? No, man, nah. It's seriously, it's just for her job. It's not weird or anything. Whose job? Charlie. I just talked to Gwen Connor, who said it was something Charlie was going to this weekend. It's for her job. The guy owns Scout Realty. It's legit. It's a big party. There's gift bags. She said that it's hard to get an invitation to it. And why exactly would you want to go? I just want to, Jacob said. Are you talking about Haley's friend, Charlie? Yes. Are you trying to go there to see her?
Jacob was silent for several seconds, but he figured it was better to tell the truth.
Yes. I guess the obvious question is, if she's going and you're going there to see her, then why can't she just get you in? She probably could. She's one of the top 50 agents. She's one of the ones that are staying for the whole... Never mind. I was just going to go there and not tell her. You know, have a mask on and... I don't know. It sounds frou-frou when I say it out loud, but I want to try to surprise her.
Max laughed.
This is an unusual request for you, Jay. Now, Henry, I could see calling me for something like this. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to find her when I get there. What if I go all the way over there and I can't see her because of the mask? What kind of masks do you even wear to that? What kind of clothes do you wear? A tuxedo?
All of Max's questions had already crossed Jacob's mind.
I thought you might find all that out when you got the ticket,
Jacob said.
And this event is happening this weekend? Yes,
Jacob said.
Saturday, 2 days from now.
He cringed inwardly, half expecting Max to say it was impossible.
I'll see what I can do,
Max said.
What are my chances?
Jacob asked.
In percent, just so I can wrap my brain around whether or not I might be going. Pretty much 100,
Max said.
Seriously? Yeah, seriously. Give me a few hours.
Chapter 8. Jacob. The following Saturday. The Bowman Ball. Todd Bowman turned out to be a big Blazers fan. And since Max Blair represented 8 guys who worked for the organization, getting a ticket to the mysterious ball was a piece of cake. All it had cost him was a signed basketball, something Max had constant access to. He talked to Todd on the phone personally, and they hit it off so well that Todd asked Max several times to come to the party with his brother. Max had regretfully declined the invitation, since he already had plans to travel to Seattle to meet with a client. He did, however, set everything up for his brother, right down to details about what he would wear and what time to arrive. Knowing that a masquerade ball was just about the last thing Jacob thought he'd be doing that weekend, Max made him an appointment with a stylist. Her name was Fran, and she had texted Jacob asking about what sizes he wore. She was familiar with the exact event he was going to, and she chose a few options for his attire. All he had to do was meet her at 4 p.m. Saturday afternoon, and she would have him fitted, dressed, and ready to go to the event that evening. Max had been a godsend. He took care of everything. Jacob had asked Max to withhold the detail about who he was going there to see, but Todd didn't even ask. He just assumed Jacob was one of the many who wanted to come to the ball for the experience of it all. And who wouldn't? It was a grand affair. The Bowmans loved this ball more than any other evening of their year, and they spared no expense in making it an enjoyable, unforgettable evening for everyone who attended. Jacob wore a gray suit. It was more fitted than he was used to, but the stylist assured him that was exactly how it was supposed to look. She flirted with him a little after he put it on, which made him know it looked all right. It wasn't a costume or anything, it was just a suit. Pants, shirt, vest, jacket, bow tie, and handkerchief. But it was well coordinated, and the style seemed almost vintage. Jacob felt a bit like a 20s-era gangster. His mask was nice, too. It was plain and masculine, and it seemed good quality. It was asymmetrical, and it covered quite a bit of his face without feeling uncomfortable. His eyes showed, and half of his jaw and mouth, but not much else. He was certain that people he knew could look right at him and not recognize him. Charlie would not be expecting him, and there was no way she would know it was him. The suit would be distraction enough. He never wore things like that. He didn't look like himself at all. Jacob wondered what in the world he would have come up with to wear to this thing if Max hadn't set up the appointment with the stylist. He didn't even want to think about it. It was just one of those times when God and his big brother were looking out for him better than he was looking out for himself. He felt confident with how he looked, and he got out of his truck smiling at the spectacle that was before him. It was a remarkable sight. Jacob was blown away, even from outside. Gwen had mentioned that it looked like a castle, but he pictured a smaller structure in the woods. He drove through the woods, but everything opened up when he got close to the main entrance. The driveway and the entryway to the main building was open. It was beautifully landscaped, and the building itself looked like something that should be in Ireland, not Portland. The staff, starting with valet, were indeed in masks. They were in full costume, all wearing an Alice in Wonderland-looking clothing and masks. Not only were they in costume, but they were also in character. The guy working as valet was dressed in a flashy black and white suit, with diamonds, stripes, and checkerboard. He behaved formally, giving Jacob a low bow after he traded the valet ticket for Jacob's keys. Jacob's stylist made a point of telling him to drive up wearing the mask, instead of putting it on when he got there. And he was thankful she had mentioned that. Everyone was on board with wearing masks and being in character from the moment they drove up. Jacob got whisked away by an elf-like creature asking his name and checking the guest list. She was using an iPad or something similar, but it was encapsulated in something that made it look like a scroll of parchment. Jacob had not been prepared for the glitz and entertainment of it all. Everywhere he looked, there were new, weird, exciting things to take in, and it was all done in first-class fashion. He almost felt like he had stumbled onto the set of Cirque du Soleil. He actually would not have been surprised at all to learn that there would be an acrobatic show at some point in the evening. He got a pass from the red and white elf-looking character. She pinned a flower on his lapel. "Welcome to the magic," she said, bowing to him lavishly. Jacob followed others who were just arriving like he was. He didn't feel uncomfortable or out of place at all. There was a lot to look at, a lot to take in. No one even noticed he was alone. First off, he had not expected the women to have on full-on ball gowns, the old-school kind. He had been to prom and a couple of other formal affairs, but his date had always worn a dress that was tight from head to toe. Jacob saw what seemed like 100 of those huge, puffy skirts as soon as he rounded the corner to the main ballroom. The room was intimately lit, and the live orchestra was just loud enough to cut through the chatter. Jacob showed up 10 minutes after the doors were open, and it was crowded already. The movement on the dance floor, combined with the surreal sights and sounds, gave the whole thing a dreamlike quality. He felt a bit like he had fallen off the earth and landed on a different planet. There was something oddly comforting about being behind a mask, though. Jacob almost felt like he wanted to do something dangerous. Like he wouldn't have to answer for his own actions while he was behind that thing. He smiled at himself for wanting to get into trouble. Earlier, if you had asked him to bet on it, Jacob would have told you that he could probably find Charlie within a few seconds of walking in the door. As it stood, with all the commotion, distraction, and low lighting, it took him 15 minutes of searching to finally locate her. He would look for someone with hair that was the color of Charlie's, and then one by one, he would get close enough to them to find out they weren't her. Finally, he found her. She was standing near the wall talking to 2 other people, a man and a lady. He started to walk right up to them, but he stopped himself. Since he had been there, he had a few short exchanges with other people that hadn't been awkward at all. But he paused momentarily, feeling like he wasn't quite prepared to approach Charlie. He stood to the side, finding a spot where he could see the action on the dance floor and still observe Charlie. She was wearing a beautiful, full gown that shimmered and had layers. It was full of silvers, grays, and golds, and the iridescent color looked like glittering, dusty honey against her skin. Her bodice was short-sleeved and tight-fitting, hugging all of her curves. It had a relatively low neckline, and Charlie was wearing a necklace that looked expensive. Jacob got caught up looking at her neck and the top of her chest where the necklace was resting. She was exquisite. He didn't know how he hadn't spotted her before. He had only been standing there for a few seconds when a guy walked up to Charlie and the couple she was standing with. He held out his hand, and the woman who had been with Charlie all along followed him to the dance floor. This left Charlie alone with the other man, one-on-one. Jacob certainly hadn't gone through all the trouble of getting a ticket, driving over there, and dressing up just to sit back and watch her talk to someone else. As grand as everything was, he wasn't concerned with any of it. He was there for one reason and one reason alone, and she was only a few feet away. He had no plan, no idea what he was going to say when he walked up to Charlie. But considering that not walking up to her wasn't an option, he had to think of something. He casually walked up to them, smiling when he made eye contact with Charlie from behind their masks. He leaned in to talk to her.
"Okay, I officially don't know who my friends are at this place,"
he said, since that was all he could think of. Charlie leaned in to speak back to him.
"None of us do," she said cordially. "Christian and I are just standing here hoping we're talking to the right person."
Jacob smiled, but he felt a stab of jealousy at the fact that she was apparently on a first-name basis with this guy. As far as he knew, she didn't know any guys named Christian. What if they had spent the weekend getting to know each other?
I think I'll stand here and pretend to know you guys for a second, if you don't mind, he said.
We don't mind at all, Charlie returned. But I was just about to excuse myself. Jacob leaned in to speak to her.
That's a shame, because you were the only reason I came over here.
He said it dryly as if he was joking, and she laughed. It sounded like actual bubbling joy to Jacob's ears. She barely even chuckled, and the sound cut through the music and noise. Jacob took an uneven breath, smiling at the way Charlie apparently affected him differently now. She touched his forearm. It was for leverage so that she could reach up and get closer to his ear. The feel of her fingertips on his arm caused his heart to race. I'm just going to walk around, she said. I had already told Christian that I wanted to get some fresh air.
Do you mind if I join you?
Jacob asked. Not at all, she said. He could see her smile from under the mask, and it made him feel exhilarated and encouraged, like the first battle had been won. She leaned to the other side to speak to the man named Christian. They shook hands with smiles and a lot of familiarity. This Christian character had the nerve to stare at Jacob, evaluating him as he and Charlie turned to walk away. They walked toward the back of the room where there were open doorways that led onto a balcony overlooking a courtyard. It wasn't empty outside, but there were less people than there were in the ballroom. Jacob wanted to keep walking until they had left that place. That curious stare from Christian was enough to make him know he had done the right thing by going there. Apparently, she couldn't go anywhere without guys looking at her. Jacob didn't realize how much he hated that until now. Charlie. She had hair like the color of dark honey and a dress to match. He could see her smart, kind, beautiful dark eyes from behind her delicate white half mask. Part of him wanted to tell her who he was the instant he saw her, but the other part looked forward to talking to her as someone else. Thank you, she said after they made their way onto the balcony. Thanks for walking with me out here. Christian didn't want to come out, and I needed some fresh air. Jacob wrestled with himself for a moment as they walked. He instantly wanted to question her about this guy, Christian, but he decided it would be best to play it cool. They approached the far side of the balcony, finding a spot near the rail overlooking the courtyard. It was a nice, warm evening, and the fresh air felt wonderful.
I should be thanking you, Jacob said. I didn't know a single person in that room.
She laughed. It can feel like that with all of us in these outfits.
No, I seriously don't really know anyone. I got roped into coming.
Don't worry. I know lots of them, and I still can't recognize anyone. I even got dressed with a few of these people, and I can't find them. Everyone starts to look the same after a while. It almost feels like you're in a mirror maze.
No one in there looks like you,
Jacob said. He didn't look at Charlie when he said it. He spoke casually, looking out at the people gathered in small groups on the courtyard below. Well, you're looking rather snazzy yourself. She hesitated, pulling back to look at Jacob. I didn't catch your name.
Me? Oh, my name? Jake.
Why had Jacob not thought about this moment? Why didn't he have a plan about what to say when she asked him this? Jake? Really? He might as well just go ahead and say he was Jacob Blair of 181 North Alder Street, Astoria, Oregon. He could have said Sam or Billy or Bob. Anything but Jake. Hey, Jake. I'm Simone. Now that threw Jacob for a loop. She said it so confidently and without hesitation that Jacob questioned whether or not he was speaking to the right woman. He turned to look at her, and she glanced his way, staring into his eyes, unblinking, unrepentant. She sure did look like Charlie, but she stared at Jacob confidently, like she completely stood behind her choice to say that Simone was her name. Jacob was so perplexed that, for a second, he doubted it was Charlie at all. Without even thinking, he said,
Are we supposed to give fake names at this thing?
She let out a little laugh, and again it seemed like the sound of pure joy and pleasure to Jacob's ears. No, she said. Why, is Jake not your real name?
No, I mean, yes, Jake. Yes, it is.
He paused, and she gave him a nod and a small smile from behind that mask. It's nice to meet you, Jake. It's my first one of these things, too.
How did you know it was my first time?
He asked. Because you seem to know even less about what's going on here than me, and that's pretty bad. Chapter 9. Charlie. Jacob Blair was somehow, inexplicably, standing right next to me in Portland, Oregon, on the balcony at the Bowman Masquerade Ball. He was not a figment of my imagination, and I was not dreaming. I had already pinched myself multiple times to be certain of that. I knew it was Jacob the moment I laid eyes on him. I hesitated when I first figured out it was him, but thankfully, I gathered my wits while he was preoccupied by the guy, Christian, who had been standing near me. I had never seen Jacob dressed the way he was, so I was slightly thrown off at first, but there were just certain features and mannerisms that a new suit and mask couldn't hide. How and why was he there, though? Where did he get this outfit? What in the world was he doing? I did not come out and ask these questions. In fact, I pretended not to recognize him at all. He told me his name was Jake, but I could tell he regretted it. In an effort to throw him off, I made up a fake name. Simone. I acted perfectly natural saying it and sticking by my choice. I was convincing, even. He asked me a couple of questions about myself, and I answered them without hesitation. I had a double shot of espresso before the party started, and I felt aware and alert, focused. I knew it was Jacob, but he didn't know I knew. This gave me a leg up. It made the interaction fun for me. The mask helped, too. I thoroughly enjoyed us not being able to fully see each other's faces. I pretended to be someone totally different. Simone Elderberry. I lived and worked in Portland. I worked at the main headquarters of Scout as a secretary. I had 3 brothers and a dog. There was a lot of non-lie conversation going on in the midst of all these lies, though. I didn't just spout them off all in a row. Jacob and I talked for a long time, and the whole time I pretended I had no idea who he was. I kept expecting him to take off his mask and reveal himself, but he was cool and patient, and we enjoyed our conversation. We walked around together, making observations about people around us. Both of us had on relatively tame clothing options compared to some of the guests and staff, and we pointed out things we thought the other would appreciate. We smiled and laughed a lot. We meandered, walking and standing so close to each other that we brushed against one another multiple times. One time he put his hand on my arm to move me out of the way when a server was walking by. I realized something curious when I got close to him. He didn't smell like Jacob. He smelled better, actually. Not that the old Jacob smelled bad, but he had worn the same cologne for years, and this was not it. It was new and improved. Even his hair was styled completely different than it had ever been before. He looked and smelled like a different man, and yet there was no doubt in my mind that it was Jacob Blair. We were an hour or 2 into our conversation when I had a chain of thoughts that made me begin to worry. All this time, I had assumed Jacob was at this ball for me, that he was there to see me specifically, that he knew it was me under this mask and he sought me out intentionally. Then, suddenly, it dawned on me that he might actually believe me when I said I was Simone Elderberry. Maybe it was a total coincidence that he was here, and he honest to goodness chose to hang out with me randomly. Surely that was impossible, wasn't it? I felt flustered when the thought crossed my mind. It caused me to do something drastic to try to gauge how he felt. I saw Christian standing with a group of other people. I recognized most of them. My eyes had adjusted to seeing everyone in their masks, and I knew the people standing around to be some of the other agents who had been at the retreat with me all weekend. Christian and I had got along great. He was one of the top 50 agents, and I had talked to him quite a bit during our time there. It truly was a friends-only vibe with us, though. He had a serious girlfriend who was at home in California. I stopped as we were approaching the place where Christian and the others were standing. I put my hand on Jacob's arm and stared up at him, smiling. "Thanks for walking around with me," I said. "I had so much fun, I didn't realize how long we've been hanging out. I hope I didn't take you away from your friends for too long."
No.
Jacob only said the one word, and he said it so light-hearted and matter-of-fact that I wasn't quite sure what he meant by it. He just stared at me with a slight grin. "No, I didn't take you away from your friends for too long?" I asked.
No, I was saying no to you leaving. I'd prefer it if you didn't do that.
He was calm and serious, and my gut clinched at the way he was casually putting his foot down. I wanted to collapse into his arms, and I wanted to do it in grand fashion, dramatically and with a sigh, like I was the damsel in an old movie, the one who needed saving. "I'm sorry?" I asked, tilting my head at him curiously and pretending I was more detached than I was. "Did you just say no to me going over to my friends?"
You can do whatever you want, obviously. It's a free country. We're both adults here."
Jacob glanced at my friends and then back at me with a little shrug.
"But I'd really rather you stay over here with me,"
he said.
"If I had the choice."
"You mean not go back over to my friends at all?" I asked, clarifying.
"Yes,"
he said, looking directly into my eyes.
"I would much rather you stay right where you are."
"I was going to try to rope my friend into dancing with me," I said. "I didn't want to come to my first ball and not dance to a song or two. I didn't know how you felt about dancing, and
I love dancing,"
Jacob said.
"I should have already asked you to dance."
He held out his hand.
"Would you like to dance?"
I acted surprised. "I sure would," I said as I put my hand in his. "I would like that very much." The place was buzzing with movement and activity, and no one paid any attention to us as we walked to the dance floor and stepped into the flow with all the other dancers. Jacob was not a bad dancer. He had taken lessons with Haley because she wanted him to be proficient for their wedding. He was good at it, but he didn't care for dancing much. At every event we had ever been to, the only reason he ever went onto the dance floor was because Haley wanted him to. As gorgeous as he was, and as proficient a dancer as he was, Jacob was not the type of man who would go out there on his own accord. I knew this about him. That was why he hadn't asked me to dance already. He went willingly and happily with me, though, which surprised me. We fell into a slow two-step where we stepped and turned gently. One of his hands was on my back, and the other was holding my hand. For the last hour or so, I had been imagining this moment, the one where I finally got to touch him, to hold his hand in mine. Part of me still wondered if he maybe didn't know who I was, but mostly I was just glad he couldn't bear to let me go when I tried to leave his side. I relished the thought as we moved together on the dance floor. It was one of those moments I would remember for the rest of my life. I felt the sense of euphoria or bliss as Jacob held me and moved to the music. There was cool air gently blowing through the room. Jacob looked like a movie star, and he was holding on to me and taking care of me like I was his only priority. We danced in silence for the remainder of the song, and when another song came on again right after that, we stayed on the dance floor for that one too. "You didn't strike me as the type who would like dancing," I said, after we had already committed to staying out there for a second song.
"I'm usually not,"
he said. "But you're okay with it tonight?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. We just danced.
"Yes, I am okay with it tonight,"
he said finally.
"I'm enjoying myself tonight."
He pulled me a little closer when he said that, and a wave of desire washed through me, causing a warm sensation in my gut. I had wanted this man for so long that I literally ached to get closer to him. It was like I had been stranded in the desert, dying of thirst, and now I suddenly had water. In that moment, Jacob Blair felt as necessary as water. I was desperate for him. Thank goodness he knew how to lead, because all I could do was step where he stepped. My hand was on his shoulder, and I took in the feel of the fabric of his suit jacket. I had to concentrate on that in order to keep from obsessing about the fact that, with my other hand, my skin was touching his. It was hand-to-hand contact, something that only previously happened in my dreams. We danced together for what must have been 4 or 5 songs. It all ran together in one segment of sheer wonderfulness. In those moments, I forgot about my mother's debt, my current and potential real estate deals, and everything else that would normally be on my mind. In those moments, it was just me and Jacob. Well, me and Jake. We talked some, but mostly we just danced. The music was flawless, and our surroundings were picturesque, awe-inspiring. Jacob was the best thing about it, though. Jacob Blair. My Jacob. My world seemed to have flipped upside down. When I first came into the ballroom that evening, someone had told me something about there being magic inside, and I suddenly had the surreal feeling that it was actually true. It was almost magical that Jacob Blair was standing there, holding me in his arms. I had to wonder if everyone else in the room had their biggest wish come true also. Jacob and I walked around again after we danced. We went out onto the courtyard where we sat by a fountain. Neither of us took off our masks, but we also didn't ask each other any questions that would require lies for answers. We acted like we were comfortable around each other, which we were. We sat there, talking about random things and resting in each other's company. We spent the rest of the evening together. There were a few street performers walking around who did unscheduled performances during the course of the night, and we had fun watching those. We didn't flat out hold hands at any point, but there were tons of accidental brushes and touches, some of which lingered a lot longer than necessary. Those were the best moments. The completely forgetting to breathe moments. Chapter 10. I wasn't prepared for the abrupt way the Bowman Ball ended. I had heard from people who had been there before that it was always a quick ending, but I didn't expect it to be quite as rushed as it was. Out of nowhere, there was a gong-type sound. It was the chime of a huge unseen clock, and everyone got quiet and started looking around, wondering where the loud, low chime was coming from. The staff started buzzing around, making eye contact with all of us in an excited manner. "It's midnight," they whispered. "It's midnight," was their reply to each other. It was all very rehearsed. The clock continued to chime, and the guests stood and watched as the staff hurried about, excitedly saying, "It's midnight! It's midnight!" Once the clock sound finally quieted, the orchestra began playing another song. Only this time there were lyrics. The entire staff sang. I had no idea that my life would suddenly be swept into a musical number, but that was exactly what happened. Suddenly there was so much life and action and dancing going on around me that I hardly remembered to take in the lyrics to the song. They were telling us to get out. They were smiling and really happy, but they were saying things like, "It's been fun, now go home, we must all get our rest." The whole song was basically kicking us out in a kind, bright, musical manner. They were dancing as they sang, and their dance conveniently physically pushed the guests toward the door. We were being shepherded. It was during this time of gentle pushing and shoving and moving toward the door that Jacob grabbed my hand. He held on to my arm with both of his hands to ensure that we wouldn't be separated during all the chaos. Not once during the night had the entire staff busted out in song together. And now there we were, having a surreal ending to an already unbelievable evening. The song came to an end, but it was clear that we were to stay on track and make our way to the door. We went toward the line for valet parking. My thoughts were all over the place. I was having trouble processing this unexpected ending. Several people had told me that it would end right at midnight, but I didn't know how serious they were. I was staying the night there, but I had no idea where Jacob was going. I could not believe we had gone through the evening without breaking down and admitting who we were. I thought about just standing there when his truck was brought around because surely he had driven his truck there. He wasn't going to ride off on a white horse or a magic carpet. Jacob would hand them his valet ticket, and he would get into his own vehicle just like everybody else who was standing in this line. I just couldn't imagine standing there and letting that happen. Not after a night like tonight. A night of mystery and magic.
I'm staying here, I said with reluctant resolve. I bit my lip to keep myself from saying something crazy like, let's run off and get married right now. I'm staying and you're going, so I better let you go. Jacob nodded, knowing things were better that way. He scanned my face intensely. The people around us were talking and not paying attention to us. I wouldn't have noticed if they were. I had no idea what he was thinking, but he was serious. Slowly, he reached up and touched my jaw with the side of his finger.
When can I see you again?
He asked. A glorious stabbing sensation happened in my gut when he asked me that. He was serious. He wanted to. Whenever you want, I said. Tomorrow if you want. He smiled.
Good. Where? How?
I shrugged. You have to find me. Be resourceful.
Simone Boysenberry?
He asked, looking serious even though he wasn't. Elderberry, I said.
That's right,
he said, nodding slowly, checking me out.
I guess I'll look you up then, Simone.
I leaned upward, aiming my mouth to the only open spot on his cheek. I gave him a quick kiss, squeezing his hand, which I was still holding. Find me, okay? He squeezed me back and nodded.
Okay, I will.
I left that driveway and headed toward my cabin. Quite a few people from the ball had obviously decided to stay around, because the campsite was busier than it had been the previous nights. Everyone was still in masks, and I kept mine on until I made it to my cabin. I had roommates, 2 other girls, but neither of them were back yet. I had to take out a few hairpins in order to untie my mask, but I made quick work of it. Within minutes of walking in the door, I was out of my dress and mask and changed into comfortable clothes. I fell onto the bed with a big whoosh, staring up at the all-wood ceiling of the cabin. I replayed moments with Jacob, trying to remember every single thing and make sense of it all. We had spent the entire evening together. We had literally spent hours in each other's company just now. Jacob Blair, of all people. I kicked myself for letting him leave without being 100% positive he knew it was me. He had to know it was me. Surely I was the reason he was there. Right? He didn't leave my side all night, so that must have meant something. The top 50 agents had one final hoorah the following morning. It was Sunday, and we had brunch from 10 to 11 with awards and gift bags afterward. I was the number 9 agent in the whole company, and the top 10 got recognized. I normally didn't care for that type of attention, but it was quick and easy. All in all, I was really glad I had gone to the whole thing. The Bowmans gave away gift bags to everyone who came to the masquerade ball. The top 50 agents got even more impressive loot than the others. Mine had a brand new MacBook Pro and a few other Apple products. I hadn't taken the time to go through it all yet. The ball was my favorite part of the weekend for obvious, magical reasons. But a lot had happened that weekend before the ball even arrived. I had been boating and fishing. I made new friends, played games, and got out into nature. It was pretty amazing before the ball even arrived, but last night was the absolute icing on the cake. I drove back to Astoria Sunday afternoon, feeling somewhat dazed but hopeful and happy. The drive from Portland to Astoria seemed to take forever. It was a trip I had made many times in my life, but the 2.5 hours seemed, today, to take an eternity. I didn't expect Jacob to call me while I was on the road, but it would have been nice. As it stood, I was on pins and needles, wondering when I would talk to him again or what I should do to get in touch. At the end of the night, he had said something about seeing me tomorrow, and since today was tomorrow, I hoped against hope that I would see him again in the coming hours. I was exhausted, and my memories of last night seemed surreal, but I was also full of joy and excitement, anticipation. I was jittery and smiling from ear to ear until something terrible happened. I got pulled over.
I was almost home when it happened. I was on the Columbia River Highway on the outskirts of Astoria when a police officer got behind me and turned on his lights and siren. The first thing I did when I noticed him was glance at my speedometer. I had been speeding, but only by 5 miles an hour. I had always heard they wouldn't stop you for that. Maybe I was like 6 or 7 over, but I definitely wasn't driving like a maniac. My heart pounded as I merged to the shoulder. It had been years since I had been pulled over, and I had forgotten how yucky and nervous it made me feel when it happened. The officer parked behind me, and I frantically dug in my purse and glove compartment for my license and registration. I found everything and held it on my lap as the man got out of his cruiser and walked toward my window. I watched him approach, hoping and praying that I would know him. I knew a lot of people in Astoria, but this guy was a state trooper, and I wasn't even sure if he lived here. He looked vaguely familiar, but sadly I could not place him.
Do you know why I pulled you over?
He asked as he approached my window. No, sir, I said.
Where are you headed?
He asked. Home, I said.
May I see your license and registration, please?
Everything he asked for was sitting in my lap, and I handed it to him, trying not to shake because it would make me look guiltier than I was. He glanced at my license and then at me.
I'll be back in just a minute, Miss Connor.
I gave him a fake smile and nod, but then before he could walk away, I hollered out of the window. Excuse me, why did you pull me over? I asked, since I was pretty sure he hadn't said that yet.
You were speeding,
he replied. I didn't have a comeback for that. It might have been a minuscule amount, but technically I was speeding. I sat in my car for what must have been 5 or 10 minutes, waiting for him to come back and deliver the damage. The longer I sat there, the more frustrated I got. I couldn't believe I was going through all of this for a mere 5 or 6 miles over the limit. I had heard multiple people say the police wouldn't stop you for that. I was relatively sure I had even heard a friend of mine who was a cop say it once. I was staring in the rearview mirror, marveling at how quickly I had gone from cloud 9 to can't wait for this day to be over. Then, I saw a sporty silver and white pickup truck pulling to a stop behind the police car. The officer's lights were still on, so it was difficult for me to see anything at first, but I craned my neck to focus on the rearview mirror just right. It certainly looked like Jacob's truck. Chapter 11. It was Jacob's truck. Jacob had parked directly behind the officer. I saw him open his driver's door and step outside. He was smiling as he walked toward the police car, and I scowled and squinted in confusion. I watched him without blinking as he put his hands on the top of the car, smiling and leaning on it casually as he peered inside. I focused and got closer to my mirror, studying them and trying to see what was going on. Jacob reached in and took something from the officer before slapping the top of the car. He stepped back, and I watched as the officer pulled onto the road. I turned and gawked at him as he drove past me. I looked at him eye to eye. He had his radio to his mouth, but he smiled at me and gave me a nod. I instinctually nodded back at him. By the time he drove away and I glanced at Jacob again, he was walking toward me. He was just a few feet from my car. I instantly opened my door and got out, regarding Jacob with a wide-eyed expression. He approached me with a cautious smile, not knowing what I would say. "What just happened?" I asked.
I got you out of a ticket,
he said. He held out my license and registration, and I stepped forward to take it from him. We were near the back of my car when we met up, and we moved to stand on the shoulder even though there was no traffic on the road. "How did you just see me getting pulled over and—" I trailed off because Jacob was shaking his head in answer to my question. "No what?" I asked.
No, I didn't just see you getting pulled over.
Jacob was teasing me. He grinned and reached out to pinch my forearm gently with his knuckles. He turned and leaned casually against the back of my car, and I situated myself next to him. I was so preoccupied with worrying about that ticket that Jacob's presence was just sinking in. Jacob Blair. in the flesh with no mask whatsoever, was standing next to me. My unmasked, perfect, wonderful dream man was right here beside me. It was mid-afternoon, but there were trees all around, and we had pulled into a shady spot. I glanced at Jacob through the shifting shadows.
"I'm sorry,"
Jacob said.
"I hope it didn't scare you getting pulled over."
"You did that?" I asked. "You told him to pull me over?"
"Well, I didn't tell him to, but I asked him if he would."
"Seriously? How? Who was that?"
"That's my buddy Tom. We built a new dock for his family in the spring. I saw him parked out here a couple of hours ago, and I figured you'd be coming this way. I asked him to call me when he saw you roll into town."
I pulled back and looked at Jacob, scanning his appearance. He was dressed casually, but his hair was still styled similar to the way it had been last night. He smelled the same as he smelled last night also. Jacob always smelled good, though. He had awesome hygiene. His parents were big on that. My mom was too, so even though I had been traveling, I was pretty sure I smelled like some combination of eucalyptus and baby powder. Last night, Jacob had been dressed like he was straight off a movie set, and today he had on jeans and a t-shirt. He still looked amazing. Try as I might, I couldn't help but stare at him. He was a hard-working man, and the curves and ridges of his muscles were obvious, even under his clothing. About 10 questions came to mind regarding the masquerade ball. Where did you find that gray suit? Where did you get an invitation? Why were you there in the first place?
"I guess I should have known he would pull you over,"
He said.
"I'm sorry. I hope it didn't scare you too bad."
"It's no big deal," I said. And because I was nervous, I added, "What are you doing?"
"Like right now?"
he asked. I nodded.
"Nothing. Looking for you. I was doing some yard work earlier, but I just took a shower. I'm about to go eat dinner at my parents' house."
"Sunday dinner, not lunch?" I asked, making an observation about the change in routine.
"They had a meeting or something to go to today, so they didn't do lunch. Dad's doing burgers on the grill tonight. He'll do his Sunday sandwich bar, only burger style."
"Yum," I said.
"Did you want to come?"
I stared at him. Our eyes met. His light blue gaze made me feel a crushing sensation in my chest. Of course I wanted to go to his parents' place. "Sure," I said. "I might need to run to my house for a few minutes to put some of my things away. I'm just getting back to town."
"Really? Where'd you go?"
I stared into his eyes. Those exact same eyes that had been behind the mask all night last night. "I was out of town," I said. "On a business trip."
"Oh, how did it go?"
"It was amazing, actually. I did some fishing, and I got a couple of massages, and I read a book. I've been meaning to read that book for a long time, so that was good. Plus, my boss gave me this gift bag with a new laptop." He nodded.
"A laptop, eh? Where was it, this business trip?"
"The other side of Portland."
"Was that all?"
he asked.
"Fishing, reading, massage?"
"And the MacBook," I said.
"Yeah, and the computer. Is that all?"
My heart raced. I knew he wanted me to mention him or the masquerade ball, and I tried to calm myself down enough to think of something good to say. There were other things, too, but I was going to leave that out.
"Why?"
"Because you and I don't normally talk about, my personal stuff, all the many guys I go out with."
"What many guys?"
Jacob asked, looking genuinely annoyed.
"Did you go out with multiple guys this weekend?"
I shrugged shyly, shifting and staring at the pavement beneath my feet. "No, but I did meet one guy."
"Oh, yeah?"
I nodded.
"Tell me about him."
I shrugged again. "I don't know. I liked him, but I don't know if I'll ever see him again."
"Why not?"
"Because I lied to him.
"About what?"
My name, lots of stuff."
"That's no good,"
he said.
"You'll probably never see him again."
"I'm really afraid of that," I said. I shook my head. "It's probably better that way, though," I added.
"Why?"
"Because I don't know. I felt bad flirting with him.
Why?
Because there's someone in Astoria who, I don't know, I'm not dating him, but there's someone who I think about. Never mind. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't think it could have worked with this guy from Portland in the long run anyway. Our whole relationship based on lies. I told him my name was Simone.
Simone? Where in the world did you get that name?
I made it up on the spot, I said. He nodded thoughtfully.
Are you sorry you lied to him?
He asked. Yes. I am super sorry. I wish he knew how to get in touch with me.
What about this other guy? The one in Astoria. You didn't tell me you were dating someone here.
We're not dating, I said. We're just friends.
Who is he? Do I know him?
He's just this guy. This perfect guy.
No guy's perfect.
This one's pretty close. To me, at least. He's kind and loyal and smart. He works hard, too. He's got his own business. My insides buzzed with adrenaline at how close I was getting to coming out and saying it was him.
What does he look like?
Jacob asked. He's handsome.
Does he have brothers?
I turned to stare at him. I gave him a slow nod. Yes, he does, I said, like that was an amazing guess. How'd you know?
3 of them?
Jacob asked. I nodded again, still looking amazed.
Does he drive a pickup truck?
Jacob asked. He does, I said. That's incredible. You're a really good guesser.
How long exactly would you say you've had a thing for this guy?
I let out a little uncontrollable laugh, breaking the act somewhat. Way too long, I said with lighthearted honesty. He turned to stare at me, readjusting against the car and crossing his arms in front of his chest. I looked at him, our eyes meeting. I felt a little like I could cry. I glanced away again because of how vulnerable I felt.
Seriously, Charlie. I hope you know I went there for you last night.
My heart felt like it might actually burst, or like my chest might open right up and my heart would fall onto the ground. I bit my lip, glancing into his eyes again. I was thinking maybe you did, since you stuck next to me all night. My voice came out sounding as shy as I felt, but I smiled at him. I still have no idea how in the world you ended up there. That was crazy.
Did you know it was me?
He asked. I nodded.
The whole time?
I nodded again.
How?
I don't know. There are certain things about you that are unmistakable, I guess. You smelled different, though. You still smell different. Jacob pinched the front of his shirt and leaned down to smell himself.
Good different?
He asked. Yes, it's good different, I said. I figured he had switched from using the cologne Haley used to buy him to something new, but neither of us mentioned it. Your hair is different, too. Jacob reached up and ran his hand through his hair.
It's that stuff that stylist gave me. She gave me the whole jar and said I should use it at home.
It looks good, I said. But since when do you go to a stylist? I've never even heard you say that word. He laughed a little.
It was a girl from Portland. Max hooked me up with her. She brought those clothes and everything.
It felt wild, exposing our secret from last night. It was crazy talking about the experience like it had really happened to Jacob and Charlie, and not 2 other people. How did you end up there, Jacob?
I told you I went there to see you. I'm not really the kind of guy who drives to Portland for a masquerade ball just for my own entertainment.
I smiled. But you must admit, it was pretty entertaining.
It was,
he agreed.
I liked it a lot, but I didn't go there just to seek out a good time.
You looked like a professional, like you went to those things every day. You were one of the best-dressed guys there. Your suit was... I can't believe Max hooked you up with all that. Was your stylist glowing and carrying a wand? Jacob laughed.
Am I that bad normally?
He lifted his arm to smell his own pits. He was joking with me, of course. He was freshly showered, and he smelled and looked like a dream. I laughed and leaned over to bump into his shoulder a little. You know what I mean. That suit and the mask, they were amazing. I knew you didn't get stuff like that in Astoria.
Max set it all up.
I can't believe you called Max.
He is my brother.
Yeah, but what did you tell him?
That I needed a ticket to that thing. I ran into your mom a few days ago, and she told me that was where you were.
And that was what inspired you to go? My mom telling you I was there?
I was already kind of inspired to see you before I talked to your mom.
How so? I asked.
Matt Daigle's office.
What? What about it?
He's dating Rachel now. He had a picture of her on his computer, and you were in it. Then I ran into your mom, and I don't know. I decided to go over there and see if I could find you. I felt like I wanted to go, and I went. That's all.
Well, I'm glad you did. I had fun.
Me too,
he said. Did you get a gift bag? I asked. He nodded.
It had some good stuff in it. Not a MacBook, though. I didn't know that was what kind of laptop you were talking about when you first mentioned it.
Yes, can you believe it? Those things are expensive.
I know, I'm getting ready to buy one.
For what? I asked.
For myself. I'm overdue. It's for work. I use mine all the time, and it's 5 or 6 years old.
I have one too that I use all the time, I said. But mine's not even a year old. I bought it for myself when they went on sale this past Christmas. The truth was that I had been thinking about selling the new laptop, since I had a perfectly good one and didn't need it. But if Jacob needed it or could use it, I would much rather give it to him than worry about selling it. I would honestly love for you to have it, Jacob. If you're in the market for a laptop, please take it. Here, I'll give it to you right now. It's right here in my car. I turned to try to open the passenger's side door, but Jacob grabbed me by the arm, stopping me in mid-motion. His hand was big enough to wrap around most of my upper arm. I looked at him as if asking what he was doing.
You can't give me a computer,
he said. I shook my head a little like I didn't quite agree with that. Sure I can. I don't need it. I didn't even know I was getting it. I just had it handed to me a few hours ago. I reached up and peeled his hand off of my arm. He resisted a little, but only because he was playing with me and he wanted me to work for it. Finally, I got his hand off of my arm, but I didn't drop it. I held on to it. And while looking him in the eyes, I said, "Just let me grab it out of my car and show it to you." Chapter 12. Jacob. Oh, Charlie. She was beautiful. In spite of the fact that she had been on vacation and then on the road, she was dressed nicely in slacks and a blouse, and she smelled like she had just come from a day at the spa. Clean and perfect. He hadn't been expecting her to look so beautiful and put together, and he found it rather distracting. He was glad they were open about seeing each other the night before. That gave him less to keep straight. They spoke a little about the ball, and then she offered to give him her new computer. She hadn't come out and said she liked him, but she alluded to being interested in 2 different guys, both of whom seemed a lot like him. He thought it would almost be too good to be true if Charlie wanted to return his affections without having to think twice about it. Jacob liked her so much that he almost felt like he already loved her. It was difficult to try to take things slow. He wanted to kiss her out there in those woods, but he made himself hold back. After talking for a while, they left the woods, each going their separate ways. Jacob went straight to his parents' house, and Charlie stopped by her place first to do a quick job of unpacking. Henry and Max, the older 2 Blair brothers, lived out of town. But Jacob and Jasper still stopped by their parents' house multiple times a week, definitely on Sundays. His family had no idea Charlie was coming over. Aside from Max, nobody in Jacob's family even knew he had reached out to Charlie. Jacob and Jasper were in the backyard talking to their dad while he fired up the grill. The twins had just finished playing a round of beanbag toss on a set they had pulled out of the garage. Charlie pulled into the driveway. She drove a nice little Audi. She wasn't the type to be flashy, but a presentable, clean vehicle was part of her image as a real estate agent, and one of the only luxury items that was essential to her career. Jacob smiled when he saw her sports car turn into the driveway.
Why is she here?
Jasper's question was so quick and direct that Jacob instantly turned his way with a defensive scowl. Jasper almost seemed put off by her arrival, and Jacob was immediately on edge about it.
Seriously, Jacob, are you dating?
Jasper asked. Jacob continued to scowl at his brother as he nodded stiffly.
Jacob, please, no. Why not? I thought you liked her. No, I never did. I acted like I did, but I didn't. We never got along. I should have known something was up when you showed up with that stuff in your hair.
Jasper paused and sighed.
It's been months, Jacob. Why are you doing this now? It was better without her.
Jacob felt confused and stunned. He glanced at his dad. Mr. Blair wasn't offering any help. He wasn't paying attention at all. He was scrubbing the flaming grill with a wire brush.
Jasper, that's Charlie,
Jacob said, gesturing to the car. She was now coming to a stop behind Jacob's truck.
I know, but where she is, the other one's not far behind.
Jacob shook his head.
That's not true, he said. Are you talking about Haley? They're not even friends anymore. That happened months ago. What happened?
Dave asked, still scrubbing as he leaned back to avoid getting scorched. Jacob didn't answer his dad right away. He continued looking at Jasper.
When you were saying you never did like her, did you mean Haley or Charlie? Haley, Jasper said. Why, who are you dating? Not Haley, Jacob replied.
Jasper's face was comically confused for a second.
Charlie? Yes, no, not officially, but I'm trying to. Seriously? You're dating Charlie?
Jasper asked, smiling and pushing at Jacob's shoulder.
Who know?
Dave asked.
Charlie Connor,
Jasper said.
Jacob's dating her. Trying to,
Jacob said.
Haley's friend?
Dave asked, still scrubbing.
They're not friends,
Jasper said.
Haley's out of the picture.
Jacob agreed. Dave looked over his shoulder, and by this time Charlie was walking toward them. The driveway curved and extended all the way to the back of the house, so before going inside, she headed straight to the place where the guys were standing at the grill. She had changed into something slightly more casual than she had on before. She looked irresistible in jeans and a simple white shirt with pink Chuck Taylors. She was carrying the box with the laptop in it, even though Jacob insisted that he couldn't take it from her. "What's up, fam?" She had referred to Jacob's family as fam before, but this was the first time Jacob had the thought that there was potential for it to become a reality.
Hey, Charlie,
Jasper said.
Hey there, Charlie, how have you been?
Dave asked, temporarily closing the lid on the grill so that he could talk to her. Fine, she said. I had a work retreat this weekend and I'm just getting back. She walked up to stand close to Jacob and sat the computer box on the outdoor table.
What's that?
Jasper asked.
A computer.
Jacob's answer was simple and dry, since that was obvious by the labeling of the box.
What's it doing here?
Jasper asked, looking at Charlie. They gave it to me at that work retreat, and I didn't need it, so I gave it to your brother.
Jacob? No, Henry,
Jacob said sarcastically.
Yes, me.
He focused on Charlie.
But I told you not to.
Charlie smiled and shrugged. I don't always go along with what people tell me, she said. Her smile was full of mischief, and it drove Jacob wild. He wanted to toss her over his shoulder and cart her off to the nearest soft object. He stared at her challenging smirk, feeling like he was in danger of doing something crazy. That smile. Last night seemed like the first time he had ever really seen it, and now he was pretty sure he couldn't live without it. Jasper reached out for the laptop.
If he doesn't want it, then I'll just...
Jacob leaned over and put his hand on the box just in time to keep Jasper from moving it.
That's mine, son,
Jacob said impassively. Jasper made a tisking noise.
You said you didn't want it. I didn't say that, I just said I didn't want her to give it to me. You're definitely not getting it, Jasper. If anybody gets it, It's gonna be me. Will you be able to stay for burgers?
Dave asked, talking to Charlie but gazing into the fire again.
Yes,
Jacob said. He should have maybe let Charlie answer for herself, but he felt the need to make sure she would stay, so he spoke up.
I know you're staying, Jacob. I was asking Charlie,
Dave said. Jacob nodded.
That's who I was answering for.
Jasper stared at them when Jacob said that. Jacob could feel his brother evaluating his behavior. Jasper was looking at him like he had just figured out how much he wanted Charlie. During the hour that followed, Jacob made as much physical contact with Charlie as he could manage without being obvious. He hadn't come out and asked her if she was into him or not, but she sure seemed to be. She was responsive to him when he made any sort of contact with her. At dinner, for example, when they had finished eating and were just sitting around talking, Jacob reached over and rested his hand on her knee. In response, she had placed her hand over his, holding it in place. This lasted for a few glorious seconds, until his mother invited Charlie into the kitchen with her. Jacob couldn't take it much longer. He went through all of the previous evening wanting to kiss her, claim her in some way, let her really know how he felt. But he felt like he couldn't get close enough. Like every time he got near her, he had to pull back. He was restless with it. He was tired of taking it slow. He didn't feel like being slow with Charlie. The thing was, he thought maybe she was as impatient about it as he was. He was on edge after she took off to the kitchen with his mom, and he stood from his chair.
I'm going to shoot cans,
he said.
With what gun?
Jasper asked, since he was always up for a challenge.
Just that little pellet gun Dad has in the garage.
I'll come, Jasper said, getting to his feet with a groan that said he had eaten too much. They walked toward the kitchen together, and Jacob did his best not to notice the way Charlie's jeans hugged her curves. He glanced at Jasper to see what he was looking at. His twin was looking in Charlie's general direction, and Jacob reached over and pushed his shoulder a little, scowling at him.
What?
Jasper said.
Nothing. Just don't. Don't what? I didn't do anything. Don't look over there. Oh, you don't even want me looking at her now?
Jasper was messing around, but he spoke quietly where only Jacob could hear.
You do know this is the same girl who's been coming over to our house for years, right?
Jacob glanced at Charlie to make sure she hadn't heard his brother. She hadn't.
Yes, I know it's the same girl, Jasper. I just don't want you looking at her now.
Jasper smiled at his brother. Looking at Jasper was sometimes like looking in the mirror. Sometimes they looked and even acted the same. But not with women. Jacob seemed to always want to get himself in a serious relationship, and Jasper might as well have been allergic to them.
We're going to shoot that little pellet gun for a few minutes,
Jacob said, directing his statement to his mom and Charlie as he walked toward the kitchen.
What are you shooting at?
Becky asked.
Cans,
Jacob answered.
There's a whole bunch of them in recycling,
she said.
You can take them out to the fence. Do you want to meet us out there?
Jacob asked, looking straight at Charlie. She nodded. But I'm going to finish talking to your mom. I'll meet you guys out there in a few minutes. Jasper looked at Jacob with raised eyebrows as they stepped outside.
What?
Jacob asked.
You're done, dude. Out of one relationship and into another. I was watching you in there thinking, here he goes again. It's not again. It's not the same. What do you mean?
Jasper said.
You don't want to date her? You're just messing around? Trying to have some fun? No.
Jacob answered the question so quickly that Jasper pulled back and his eyes widened.
I'm not messing around with her, but it's also not like Haley.
He ran his hand through his hair, trying to make sense of the ache in his chest.
It's like I wasn't able to see her before, Jasper. I don't know what happened. I saw her picture in Matt Daigle's office, and something snapped. It was like I was seeing her for the first time ever. Dude, you are so done, Jasper said. And she's totally wasted too. That's the hilarious part. What do you mean by that? I don't know. I saw how she was looking at you in there. Charlie doesn't go around flirting with everybody. Believe me, I've tried. You tried what? To kiss her. 2 different times.
Jasper stopped walking and turned to look directly at Jasper. He peered into his eyes, making sure his brother felt the weight of his stare.
You kissed Charlie?
Jacob asked, feeling suddenly nauseous. Jasper shook his head.
No, Jay, relax. That's what I'm saying. She wouldn't. But you tried? Yes, I tried. I just thought, it would be fun. It was convenient since you were seeing her sister and everything. Haley's not her sister. I know, but you knew what I meant. Her friend or whatever. They were together all the time. Anyway, she's so friendly and everything that I just thought... She talked to me a lot, and we were both just there and available. I don't know. She was pretty hot, and I thought she'd be into it, but she wasn't. She denied me 2 different times. You tried twice?
Jacob asked. Now he was getting agitated, squinting at Jasper in disbelief. Jasper shrugged and put up his palms, showing his innocence.
It's not like I was stalking her. There were years in between the attempts. One of them was kind of recently.
Jacob's throat felt tight. He found it hard to swallow.
How recently?
He asked. Again, Jasper shrugged.
I don't know. 5 or 6 months ago, maybe? Jasper, I love you, brother, but if you ever even think about doing that again, I won't, Jay. Relax. You're gonna blow a gasket.
Jacob touched his chest at the place where he felt the aching, burning sensation.
I'm serious, brother. Don't even look at her. I bet you're going to marry and have babies with this one,
Jasper said.
Obviously I am,
Jacob said. He regarded his brother so seriously when he said it that Jasper cracked up.
Gone,
Jasper said, shaking his head.
Completely devastated already.
Chapter 13. Charlie. Jacob and Jasper were standing near a tall pine in their parents' backyard. It was a warm but breezy summer afternoon, and they both had on jeans and t-shirts. Twins. God knew what he was doing when he created twins. And these two, with their double dose of gorgeousness, they were like something out of a movie. Is anybody going to shoot, or did you just come out here to talk? I had always teased them like that, so it was just what came out of my mouth as I walked toward them. Jasper held up a case of LaCroix. It was open on one end with empty cans sticking out of it every which way.
We didn't even set the cans up yet,
Jasper said as he began walking to the fence line, toting the box. Jacob stared at me as I approached the place where he was standing. He stretched, placing his hands on his head. He wasn't flexing, but I could see the undersides of his arms, the way his muscles made ridges that peeked out from the edge of his t-shirt. My body felt alive with desire. I tried not to stare at him, but it was impossible.
Charlie.
What? I was looking at him, and he nudged his chin, smirking a little.
I need to show you something.
What is it? I asked.
I can't tell you.
He grinned. He was being playful with me, and the result was a warm, rushing, hot liquid feeling that flowed through my body. Judging by the way he was looking at me, he wanted to show me something with his mouth. I ached for that very thing to happen with such great intensity that I almost let out a little excited yell. I held it in and instead took a deep, calming breath as I came to a stop a couple of feet in front of Jacob. I was so shaken by desire that it was difficult to keep from walking straight into his arms. We were like magnets. For now, we were bouncing awkwardly against each other, 2 resisting forces. But I knew that, like magnets, once we found the right approach, we would snap together almost violently. I tried to act casual, like I didn't notice the magnetic tension in the air between us. I was pretty sure last thing he had said was that he wanted to show me something. So show me, I said.
I can't. I can't do it out here in front of my brother.
He stared at my face in such a way that I knew exactly what he meant to do. He was about to kiss me, There was no doubt about it. "You're going to have to wait till later then, I guess," I said, giving him a little shrug. Jacob didn't say anything. He just shook his head. "What are you saying no to?"
To waiting.
I was silent for a few seconds, staring into his bright blue eyes. We were in the shade in the early evening light, and my heart pounded like I was being chased by a wild animal, even though I was just standing there. Suddenly, Jacob took my hand and started walking toward the house, pulling me behind him.
"We'll be back in a minute,"
he called to Jasper.
Uh-huh.
Jasper made the noise in a sarcastic way that said he wasn't planning on holding his breath. I had no idea where Jacob would take me. Jasper was in the yard, and his parents were in the house. "Are we leaving?" I asked, "because I told your mom I'd come in and—"
"We're not leaving,"
Jacob said.
"We're just coming right over here."
His parents had a little secluded garden, a small tucked-away patio area on the other side of their shed. I didn't do much exploring in their backyard, so I had forgotten it was there, but I had seen it before. It was a shady, tucked-away spot, and there were lots of flowers and ferns planted and hanging all around. I hardly had the time to look around or notice how nice it was because, before I knew what was happening, Jacob turned me around and took me into his arms. I took an uneven breath as I settled in front of him, feeling shocked and relieved at the same time. I pulled back a little so I could get a better look at his face. I had been in his arms the night before, but not like this. Last night, there were layers of thick fabrics and masks and untruths separating us. Now it was just him and me. No masks, no lies. I felt close to Jacob, like this was actually real, like it was happening. "What is this place?" I asked, not bothering to take my eyes off of his to look around.
"Right now, it's my favorite place,"
he said. I grinned slowly at him, and his eyes roamed over my face. He looked hungry, greedy. He had looked at me greedily the night before, but today it seemed he would follow through.
"Did my brother try to kiss you?"
"Did he what?" I asked, my face morphing to a look of confusion.
"Jasper, did he try to kiss you?"
"Did he tell you that?"
"Yes, he did, just now. He said he tried, and you wouldn't let him. Is that true?"
"Oh my gosh," I said. "I can't believe he even told you about that."
"Yeah, but he said nothing happened, right?"
Jacob was all rosy-cheeked and wound up like a boy on a schoolyard who was about to get into a fight. It was adorable. He was the embodiment of raw masculinity, yet at the moment, the word I would use to describe him was precious. He stared at me possessively, like he might ravish me, and I was pretty sure I wanted him to. "Nothing happened," I said, smiling and holding back a giggle. All at once, he pulled me close, positioning his mouth right next to mine. It was like he went in for the kiss but stopped just before he touched my lips.
"Charlie."
His mouth was so close to mine when he whispered my name that I felt little puffs of warm air hit my mouth. This made me instinctually squeeze the fabric of his shirt. He held me securely, not just with his arms, but with his hands too, gripping me gently. I felt like I was in the safest place in the whole world. I was on sensory overload. He smelled and looked like something out of my wildest fantasy, and now we were alone, and he was regarding me like he wanted to eat me alive. If I got any happier than I was in that moment, I might physically fall to pieces.
"Charlie,"
he said again since I hadn't answered the first time. "What?" The word came out quiet, desperate sounding.
"What if I tried to kiss you?"
he asked. His lips were so close to mine that he might as well have been kissing me already.
"Would you tell me no, or would you let me do it?"
I desperately, fiercely wanted him to kiss me. My insides were sizzling with anticipation. "I would definitely not tell you." He knew I was not going to deny him, and he cut me off before I could finish. Jacob Blair's mouth on mine was earth-shattering. I let out an absent-minded whimper at the relief of it all, and when I did that, Jacob took me into his arms and he kissed me for real. He moved, bringing one hand to the back of my head and the other around my waist, holding me tightly. He was gentle yet unrelenting. I opened my mouth to him and he kissed me deeply. His rhythm was soft and cautious at first, but once he saw how responsive I was, he kissed me with more and more passion. He held me tightly, pulling me to his chest and pouring himself into me with that kiss. He completely covered me. I would have never dreamed that the reality of Jacob Blair would turn out to be as wonderful as the idea of him, but there was not a single thing I would have changed about that kiss. It was tender but feverish, and after several long, blissful seconds, Jacob finally broke contact, pulling back and taking deep, calming breaths as he stared at me. My breathing was labored, matching his.
"Charlie," he said, "we're probably going to have babies and everything."
I had not expected him to say that, and it struck me as funny. I let out a laugh. He used a finger to tilt my chin so he could kiss me again. He caught me while I was still smiling. Kiss.
You.
Kiss.
Are.
Kiss.
Beautiful.
Kiss. He pulled back and I blinked at him. We had only been over there for a few minutes, and I was utterly spent. I was so happy and relieved that I felt like I wanted to cry. Had he honestly just said we were going to have babies? I felt like I had died and gone to heaven, and this heaven version of Jacob was saying and doing all the things I wished the earth Jacob would have said and done years ago. These moments were like something straight out of my most wonderful dreams. And just like that, it was over. Jacob's mom and dad had come outside and were now walking on the little path that was right next to us. We got quiet when we heard them, and we stood still, holding on to each other and listening for them to pass. Becky was saying something about the computer I had brought for Jacob. I was slightly afraid of what we might overhear, but they were just saying how nice it was of me to give it to him. Jacob and I held each other so securely that our position would definitely be considered a hug. He loosened his grip when his parents walked away. "They're going out there with Jasper," I said. He nodded.
"Yep."
"We should go too," I said. He didn't say anything or even move, other than to extend his bottom lip just a little like he was disappointed. I smiled and then stretched up to kiss him.
"Charlie, how have I lived without you?"
He spoke quietly. "I don't know," I whispered. "It must have been terrible."
"It was terrible. What were we thinking?"
"I don't know. I still can't believe you showed up at that thing last night. It's like I stepped into some kind of alternate reality when I went there and I haven't come out of it."
"Do you love me, Charlie?"
It was an honest question, and Jacob tilted his head at me curiously. Yes, Jacob, of course I do."
"I mean, I know you love me as a person. But do you love me, love me?"
I paused for a second, but then nodded a little and gave him a shy shrug. "I think I probably do a little bit." He grinned.
"You think you probably do a little bit,"
he said, repeating my words. I nodded.
"Well, I'm gonna make you love me a lot,"
he said. "I don't doubt it," I replied. "It might be pretty easy." I kissed him, a quick kiss right on the mouth. "We have to go. I don't want your parents to catch us behind the bushes on my first day. What would they think of me?"
"They already love you,"
he said. I smiled. I wanted to mention that they loved me as his friend and not as his girlfriend, and those were two very different things. But I remained quiet. Jacob took me by the hand and led me to meet Jasper and his parents. "Oh, where were you two?" Becky asked when she noticed we had come up from behind her. She instantly glanced at our hands, at the place where they were connected.
"We were in that little box garden,"
Jacob said as we continued to walk up to them.
I had to show Charlie something.
Oh? What? Becky asked, genuinely thinking Jacob was showing me something. He glanced at me as if expecting me to answer his mother's question. The ferns, I said, since that was the only thing besides Jacob's branding kiss that I remembered from that patio space.
And I wanted to ask her if she would go on a date with me,
Jacob said. He glanced at me and I shook my head almost imperceptibly at him for saying all this in front of his family. A date? Becky asked. Where are you going to take her? Did she say she'd go? Ms. Blair looked at me when she asked that last question. I'll go, I said.
I hope she said she'll go,
Dave said.
Otherwise he's holding her hostage.
He gestured toward the fact that Jacob and I were holding hands, and it only made Jacob's grip tighten. Chapter 14. In the week that followed, I saw Jacob every day. We both stayed busy at work, but we connected most afternoons and ended up staying together all evening. Neither of us planned on doing that. Every day we would leave it open, like we weren't sure whether or not we would hang out the next day. Then we would send texts to each other during the day and wind up making plans for after work. I went through those days feeling giddy and expectant, happy, hopeful. We spent tons of time together, getting to know each other in a different way than we had experienced before. Our physical contact was limited. We kissed, but we didn't kiss again like that first one at his parents' house. That one was different. That one was a gesture of possession on both of our parts. We pulled back after that, holding hands and barely kissing while we got to know each other as something more than friends. Saturday night, he took me on a date. I was reluctant to go out with him in public, but Jacob didn't seem to think twice about it, so I didn't share my apprehension. I was glad I hadn't made a fuss. None of the things I was worried about came true. We ran into a few people we knew while we were out, but none of them even questioned the fact that we were together or asked us to explain ourselves. We ate at an Italian restaurant and then we went on a walk in Jacob's neighborhood. It was a nice evening, and we wound up walking and talking for a couple of hours. As of Saturday night, my life was fine, wonderful, normal. But Sunday morning, everything changed. It started with a call from my mom. I always went to the same church as Jacob and his family, but today I had plans to ride with him. He was on his way to pick me up when my mom called in tears. At first I thought someone was hurt. Then, finally, through gasping tears, she managed to explain that things had finally hit the fan for her financially. Apparently, things were bad enough to sell her house. She repeated the phrase, losing everything. She was so distressed that I told her I would be right over. Jacob was on his way to my house to pick me up, but I called him and told him there had been a change of plans. He offered and was willing to go to my mom's with me, but I assured him it was something I needed to do on my own. I was at her house for the next 4 hours, talking about her financial dilemma and discussing her options. She cried the whole time. She had a beautiful waterfront home, one of the coolest properties in Astoria. Things were at a tipping point now, and she finally decided it was time to put her home on the market and look at downsizing. She honestly had no other options. It was either do this now or try to hang on to everything and have it taken away. She had met with her lawyer on Friday, and he told her that selling the house was her only option at this point. She had been in denial about the whole thing for so long that it had taken her 2 days to call me. Her home was supposed to be listed by Monday, and here it was Sunday, and she was just calling me about it. I hated to see the house go. I had been giving her practical advice about budgeting, which she had ignored, and part of me wanted to bring that up. But there was nothing we could do about it now. My mother was so terribly devastated that my best option was to try to console her. We looked at homes that she could buy for about a third of what her current home would sell for. Considering how much of a price difference we were looking at, there were some nice options currently on the market. I tried to stay positive and assure her that she wouldn't miss the extra square footage. The problem was, It was a buyer's market. That meant she had some pretty good options in her new price range, but it also meant that unloading her house might be tricky, especially since she couldn't afford to wait very long, and she also couldn't afford to be very flexible with the price. I wished I could have afforded to buy it myself. It was one of my favorite homes in all of Astoria, and I wasn't just saying that because it was my mother's. Regardless of her faults, my mother was a genius with interiors. She had lived there for over 10 years, and her home had tons of features and details. I went through a whole range of emotions that morning while talking to my mother. Part of me was relieved that she was being forced to downsize, but mostly I felt other things, more negative things. I was sad for her, and I feared what this would do to her. She was devastated, and not just because she wanted to stay in the house, but also because she wanted to one day leave it to me. The whole thing weighed heavily on me. It was well past lunchtime when I got home, but I didn't even notice the time or think about being hungry. Jacob and I had texted a little bit. I didn't give him specific details about what was going on with my mom, but I did tell him I was talking to her and dealing with some financial planning. He wanted me to go by his parents' house to get something to eat on my way home, but I told him I would just see him later that evening. I felt drained and on the verge of crying after dealing with my mom all morning, and since I wasn't going to go over there and spill my guts to the Blairs, my only choice would have been to fake it in front of them. Since I didn't feel like doing that, I just went home. Jacob and I made tentative plans to see each other sometime later that evening. It was just after 3 p.m. when my bad day got even worse. I was sitting on my back patio, considering the emotional morning I had and trying to come up with options for moving forward, when I saw Haley Price standing inside my house. I was home alone, and my heart dropped when I saw someone walking around inside my house. For a second, I felt relieved when I realized it was Haley, but then it hit me that she was uninvited and she didn't look happy. Instantly, I was nervous and on edge. I was also really annoyed that she was in my house. I crossed the patio, opened my back door, and stood there, regarding her like she was out of her mind. Her face was an absolute mess. She was the second woman I had come in contact with today whose face was red and swollen from crying. "What are you doing in my house?" I said, starting to feel somewhat fearful at the hateful look in her eyes. I got that fight or flight feeling where my adrenaline started pumping. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. "I know it's true because 2 different people called me and told me they saw you 2 together, Charlie. But I need you to look me in the face and say it. Say it to my face." There was teeth gritting and profanities littered through the statement. Her eyes widened, making her look even more crazed than before. "Look me in my face and say it, Charlie." "Say what?" I asked. I hated drama. I hated confrontation. I was so nervous that I felt like I was outside my own body, watching the interaction. "What do you want me to say?" "You know what. I didn't want to believe it when Brienne called me and told me she saw you 2 at the restaurant, but then I ran into Andrea and she said she saw you holding his hand." There were so many instances of the F word scattered throughout these statements that I hardly picked up the meaning of what she was saying. Apparently, people had seen me with Jacob and told her about it. Heart pounding, I said, "You're broken up. You've been broken up for months." "You would know, because you're the one who broke us up," she said. "I knew it. You were just waiting for me to slip up so you could run off and tell him about it." She yelled so ferociously that I had the fleeting thought that she was going to lose her voice. She cussed like a fisherman. I had never heard her cuss so much in my life. She stepped closer to me as she spoke, and I braced myself for a physical altercation. She stunk. She had definitely been drinking, and it was that sour, day-old alcohol smell like it was left over from the night before. I stared at her. She was out of sorts and enraged, and in those seconds, I prayed for peace and love and patience and kindness. "Haley, first off,
I did not tell Jacob about Mexico. I still haven't. If he knows about it, it's not from me.
Liar,
she scoffed. I shrugged. Whatever, I said, feeling frustrated at being blamed for something I didn't do. But you know what? I don't really care what you think. What did you do to claim him?
What did I do to claim him?
She sneered.
I shared my life with him for 5 years. I was going to marry him.
The cussing. It was not even skilled. It was just repeating the F word wherever she could fit it in. I had imagined what I might say if this moment ever happened. But seeing her like that, I could think of nothing to say besides the truth. You know what, Haley? I'm sorry, but no. Just because you dated Jacob doesn't mean that you have a claim on him for the rest of his life. First of all, I didn't tell him what happened in Mexico. No matter what you say, I didn't tell him. And second, you know what, Haley? I've had a crush on Jacob Blair since 1st grade. In my mind, you were the one who was stepping on my toes when you started dating him. If we're talking about claiming someone, I liked him first. I'm the one who had to sit back and watch you two date. I did not break you up. You broke you up. I didn't even see Jacob for months after that happened. But you know what? You don't even have to believe me about any of that. The bottom line is that I liked him first. You have no right to come here acting like I'm the one who owes you an apology. If anything, you should be apologizing to me. Haley scowled at me. She blinked. I had no idea what she was thinking. Part of me thought she might hit me, and the other part thought she might say, "Hey, you know what? You're right. I'm sorry. I should have never dated Jacob. I should have realized you liked him first." She did not say that. It happened so quickly and unexpectedly that I didn't have time to brace myself or react. She slapped me across the face with such force that I heard an instant ringing noise. It took me a second to realize that I saw stars. I had turned toward the side when she did it, but I straightened again, staring at her in disbelief. I touched my cheek, which burned like it had been scorched. I gawked at her. I stared straight into her eyes, straight into her soul. Haley felt the weight of my stare. I made sure of it. I peered into her eyes with the most ferocious, serious, deadpan expression I could muster. It was easy to do because I was blistering mad. My gaze was so savage that Haley began to seem like she regretted hitting me. "Don't ever, ever come to my house again," I said.
Don't worry, I wasn't. I'm not planning on it.
I wanted to hurt her. I was physically stronger than Haley, and we both knew that. Assuming she was unarmed, which I knew she was, I would have no problem physically overtaking her, especially with the added rage I felt from being slapped. In those seconds, I pondered the passage about turning the other cheek. I wasn't sure if that scripture was referring to a literal slap across the face, or if it was just referring to someone doing you wrong. I tried to remember the context and wondered if it was literal or figurative. Just thinking about it for a few seconds was enough of a distraction that I was able to refrain from physically going after her. I took a deep breath, and Haley seemed a little relieved as she turned to walk away. She glanced back at me. I could tell she was scared. I almost yelled something like, "Jacob's mine," or perhaps the classic, "That's what I thought." But instead, I just stood there and watched her walk out of my front door. And then I cried. At first, they were tears of frustration and physical pain, but then I cried for other reasons. I was completely over it. I was mad, frustrated, confused, hurt, embarrassed, and exhausted. I cried while I took a shower. My cheek hurt when I washed my face. It felt like skin had been broken. I hadn't looked at my face when I first came into the bathroom. I had avoided it on purpose because I didn't want to give her the satisfaction of me seeing a handprint. Not that she would know whether or not I looked at it, but I didn't look anyway. After my shower, when I went to the mirror, I could see that there was a long scratch across my upper cheek in a diagonal line.
It looked like a ring or the edge of her fingernail had clipped my cheek, breaking the skin. The scratch was 2 or 3 inches long, but only a small portion of it was deep enough to really break skin. It was barely seeping blood in that spot, and I used my towel to dab it. Once it was dry, the bleeding stopped, and it was just a small, open scratch running across the top part of my cheek. I wondered what had made the scratch, and I caught myself feeling thankful that it hadn't caught my eye. It was only an inch or 2 away. A slap was one thing, but now I had something on my face that would have to heal. I hoped it wouldn't scar. I stared at it in the bathroom mirror, and since I was all cried out, I laughed. I was just delirious enough to convince myself I looked tough with it. It was unbelievable that the 2 things I had worried so much about happened on the same day. Sure, it was one of the most horrible days of my life, but at least I had gotten them over with. Chapter 15. Jacob had texted me when all that drama was going down with Haley, but I didn't feel up to calling him back right away. The scratch on my face was obvious, and I didn't want to go putting makeup on it since it was fresh and open. It was nearly dinner time, and I still hadn't worked up the nerve to call him back. I was standing in my kitchen, thinking about everything and spacing out on my Instagram feed when my phone changed screens, telling me there was an incoming call. Jacob. His name flashed across my screen, and my gut clinched instantly. I loved this man. That was the plain and simple truth. My body ached for him. I felt a rushing thrill the second I read his name. I pressed the button to receive the call without hesitation. "Hello?" I said.
There she is. I was getting worried about you.
His voice was deep and his tone sincere, and I took great comfort in the fact that he was concerned with how I was doing. "Hey, I'm fine." Jacob paused for a second or 2 before he responded.
You don't sound fine,
he said. "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to sound as normal as possible.
I don't know, you just sound a little quiet, maybe. Are you okay?
I felt flush when he said that. "Yes," I lied. "It's just been a long day. I had my mom all morning and then other stuff to deal with."
What other stuff?
I cringed. I promised myself I wouldn't tell him what happened with Haley, but it was so completely in the forefront of my mind that I mentioned it without even thinking. Had I mentioned it yet? No. I had only said other stuff had happened.
What other stuff?
Nothing. Just Haley came over here. I guess people saw us out last night or whatever. She came over here after I got back from my mom's. Plus my mom, it was a little draining being over there. She's going to end up selling her house. I hated letting those words come out of my mouth. They tasted bitter. I hated the pridefulness I saw in my mother, but obviously it was only because it was something I struggled with myself. I should be okay saying my mother was selling her house. It shouldn't be embarrassing. It really wasn't that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. Life would go on.
Charlie, baby, can I come see you? Can I come over to where you are?
Yes, I said, since the idea of Jacob appearing on my doorstep was suddenly the thing I wanted most in the world. "I'm at home."
I'm on my way,
he said. "Okay." We hung up, and for the next few minutes I scurried around my house like it was a crime scene, picking things up and erasing any evidence of Haley's presence. Of course, there was no evidence of her being there, but I cleaned a few random things that were lying out in places where they shouldn't have been. I was so happy about Jacob coming over, and everything happened so quickly that I forgot about the scratch on my face until I opened the door and watched him notice it. He went from smiling to thoughtful to concerned, all within seconds. He stared at my cheek as he stepped forward, coming into my house. He came to stand in my entryway, holding me gently by the arms and tilting me toward the light.
What happened?
"Oh, it's nothing," I said, glancing downward and feeling shy about it.
Charlie, you're going to end up telling me So just say it. Was it an accident?
No, it wasn't an accident.
Who did it? Your mom?
No, I said instantly. My mother was a lot of things, but a face slapper wasn't one of them.
Haley did this? Please tell me Haley did not do this to you, Charlie.
I felt like I had to hold back tears as I answered. It's not a big deal, I said. I think she just meant to slap me. I think the scratch was an accident. It looked like it scared her when she saw it. I probably looked pretty mad, too. I think she's scared of me now.
She should be scared of me,
Jacob said, glancing around at the walls as if formulating 10 plans at once. I smiled and reached out to hug him. We both know you're not going to do anything to Haley, I said. Or any woman for that matter.
Yeah, but I can keep her from doing this to you again,
he said.
She needs to not come around you at all.
She won't, I said. I could tell by how she was looking at me that she won't. Jacob held on to me, touching my head but being careful not to touch the side of my face.
I'm sad that I wasn't here, Charlie. I'm so sorry this happened.
It's no big deal, I said. It was quick, and it's over.
You're so tough.
I smiled, thinking about how I had cried my eyes out when Haley left. We just stood there in my entryway, Jacob gently holding me and neither of us looking at the other one.
What did she say?
He asked after a few minutes. Just that she saw us out last night, and how could I, and there was a bunch of cussing and spitting.
She cussed and spit?
I nodded. She didn't spit on me, it just kind of sprayed out when she was yelling. She stunk, too.
Gross,
he said. I smiled even though he couldn't see me. I do hate it, though, Jacob. I have to be honest with you. It's hard for me. It was a bad day to have it happen with my mom and everything, so maybe it seems worse than it was. But I hate that you have a past with her, and I hate knowing I'm going to run into her around town or whatever. He took me even further into his arms, adjusting the grip he had on me so that I fit even more securely against him. He took a deep breath. I heard and felt his chest rise and fall.
I've had all of these thoughts already,
he said.
I knew we'd be having this conversation sooner or later.
I'm not trying to say I don't think things can work out,
I sure hope not,
he said, cutting me off.
Obviously, things will work out. I thought about everything already, and I think it's really interesting, you know? Amazing, really.
What's interesting? I asked.
How God does things.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you hear about different times when someone's heart was hard to something. And I think about, what if I would have discovered this feeling I have for you sooner? It would have been too early. I wasn't ready for this yet, honestly, Charlie.
He paused like he thought I would respond, and I tilted my head at him. Explain what you're saying, I said. I don't think I get it. He lifted his hand and touched his chest.
This feeling, this way I feel about you, Charlie. I wasn't ready for this back then. Being with Haley, that was different. That was like this settled sort of content to be with someone type of love. I was patient and content, and I was just with her because it seemed like having a constant girlfriend was the easiest thing to do. I learned how to be loyal, and to be trusted, and to trust. It was just steady.
He leaned down to put his face in front of mine, causing me to look at him. He reached up and held the sides of my face, looking directly into my eyes. His blue gaze was intense and honest.
You, Charlie. This feeling I have for you, it's not steady at all. I want it all with you, everything. And I don't want to wait. I hate that you have to deal with her, and I'm really upset about what happened to your face. We'll talk about that in a minute. But I'm honestly thankful that I wasn't able to see you for what you are any earlier than this. I wasn't ready for you 5 or 2 or even 1 year ago. I wasn't ready for this. This feeling, Charlie, it feels like I can't go another day without just having every little part of you. I'm thankful that I learned a little patience before my heart was open to you because as it stands right now, I'm barely able to hold back. I would marry you and have babies tonight if you would let me. This is why it's better that I... What's so funny?
I shook my head at him.
You're funny. What did I say that was funny?
He asked.
You're squeezing me so tight. See, I am not patient enough with you.
He ducked, smelling my neck and hair.
I'm not patient at all, Charlie. I feel like I want everything with you. And I want it right now.
I loved the way he held me and smelled me and touched me carefully. I could just melt. I gave myself over, leaning on him and feeling tangible physical relief from being in his arms. He repositioned, holding me and letting me relax there. He pulled back, staring at me, taking me in.
Please, please don't ever feel discouraged about my past. I don't know what to say about it other than the truth. And the truth is that all of that seems like a far-off memory. One that's just gone. There might as well be no other woman on this earth. I have never, ever felt like this, Charlie.
He leaned down and put a kiss on my temple, right next to the place where I was scratched.
I'm so sorry you got hurt. I can't believe she hit you. Did she come over here?
I nodded. I was sitting on my back patio and I saw her in my house.
She came into your house?
His eyebrows were furrowed as he waited for me to answer. Yes, but it's fine. Like I said, I don't think she meant to break skin. I think it scared her when she saw that. I also stared at her like I was capable of turning into a werewolf. Jacob laughed.
What about your mom?
He asked. She's selling her house.
She mentioned that when I was working on her doc.
What did she mention? I asked.
That she might downsize sometime. Is that what she's doing?
Yeah, but I wouldn't say she's happy about it. We looked at smaller options when I was over there earlier. She obviously doesn't need property right on the river either. She knows that. It'll just be an adjustment for her.
How do you feel about it?
He asked. I shrugged. It's tough seeing her upset about it. And it's a little embarrassing maybe, too, in a self-centered way. I shrugged. I almost hate to see the house go as much as she does. But ultimately, it's the right thing. It's what's best. Everything will be fine. It's just been a weird day. He kissed my cheek again, being careful for the sake of my scratch.
I like you, Charlie Connor.
I was entirely relaxed in his embrace. He was holding me so securely that I felt weightless. You do? I asked, almost whispering.
So much,
he said. I like you too, I said.
You better,
he said, giving me a squeeze.
Because I already have my heart set.
Set on what? I asked.
On having you.
To have and to hold? I asked, since it was the first thing that came to mind when he said having me.
Yes. To have and to hold,
he said. He kissed my cheek.
From this day forward.
I didn't think he would finish the statement, and it made me feel all ooey and gooey. I'll sign up for that, I said.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to get that in writing.
And since he was mostly joking, I just shook my head confidently, going along with him. He was messing around, of course, but he was serious, too. I knew it. Jacob Blair loved me. He intended to marry me one day. And it felt as good as I imagined it would. Chapter 16. Jacob stayed at my house until after midnight. It was a beautiful summer night, and we stayed on the patio most of the evening. He left reluctantly, but both of us had to go to work early the following morning. I had neglected a couple of work-related emails the day before. I needed to list my mother's home, and I had to meet a home inspector. I had appointments to make and other ones to keep. I knew it would be a busy day, and I started it early. It was 6:30 a.m. when I left my house, headed for my office. I stopped at a coffee shop on my way to get my morning coffee. There was something liberating about having the confrontation with Haley over with. I first noticed it when I went to the coffee shop. I hadn't realized how much the pending confrontation with her had been plaguing me. It wasn't just in the week that Jacob and I had been seeing each other either. It was before that. Ever since I had stopped being friends with her, I was constantly experiencing a form of dread with the idea of running into Haley. As it stood, I felt like I had the upper hand, and I was no longer nervous about seeing her around town. It wasn't that I was scared of her to begin with, but I did experience a feeling of relief as a result of the confrontation. There was a weight lifted off my shoulders. I had been a little apprehensive about running into her in a public place, and that feeling was gone. I almost wanted to run into her, which felt great. She wasn't there, though. I didn't start drinking my cup of coffee until I got to work. I sat at my computer answering emails and making a plan about how I would tackle my schedule for the day. I was only at my office for a little over an hour before I had to turn around and leave again to go to a meeting with a client and his inspector. My mom called while I was at the meeting, and since we were at a point where we were just waiting for the inspector, I took the call. "Hello, Mother." "Hello, child," she answered, since that was what she always said. "You sound way better," I said. "I am way better." "Good, that makes me happy. I promise everything will be all right." "I know it will," she said. She sounded sure of that fact, and my heart felt relieved at her change in attitude. I was so proud of her for choosing to be positive about it. "I sent Jennifer an email this morning," I said. "I asked her to get us on her schedule as soon as possible, so please get the house really clean. She might try to come over at a moment's notice. It might be like today or tomorrow." "Who is Jennifer, Charlie?" "The photographer. She's coming to take pictures of the house so we can upload the professional ones when we list it." "Oh, no, you'll have to just call her and cancel. I didn't know you were going to do that so fast. It's only 9:30 in the morning." "The faster the better with those professional pictures. I get way more response with those than ones you could take yourself, believe me. It's not that big of a deal. She'll be in and out of your house. She's really good." Mom laughed. "I never dreamed you'd already have the photographer on her way this early in the morning, Charlie. I thought I'd catch you before you did any of that. You didn't already list it, did you? I sure hope not." "No, that's what I'm saying. I wanted to get the professional pictures done so we can upload them with the listing." "Thank goodness," she said. "Thank goodness what?" "I don't want pictures taken. I don't want to list the house." "Mom, we already talked about your options. Stanley explained about it being now or never." Stanley was her lawyer. "Oh, no, I'm still selling. I'm just not going through an agent. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you out, but I'm going to sell it for sale by owner. Stanley's going to help me. That way we can cut the buyer a deal." Mom, Stanley already explained. "I'm not even thinking about my commission, Mom. You know that. It's not about that. We don't have forever, and that's exactly what it's going to take if you try to put it up by owner. I think we decided on a fair price. I think the new owner will be getting a good deal even with the commission." "I'm not pulling it in hopes that I'll get a buyer, Charlie. I'm pulling it because I have a buyer already." "What?" "I have a buyer. I already talked to Stanley about it. We got it all squared away. He told me the minimum I'd need to charge to get out of trouble, and that's what we're doing. He's already doing the paperwork. We're signing the preliminary contracts today." Whoa, don't go signing things, Mom. I can't believe you were trying to do this without talking to me. You know I don't care about the commission. It has nothing to do with that. I'm saying this for you. You can't just sell your house to the first person at the minimum amount. I still want to use you as my agent to buy a house. I'd like to make an offer on that one on Kensington, and I wanted you to write it up for me. She said this like she really thought I was concerned with making a commission, which couldn't be further from the truth. That's fine. That's great. I'd love to. But I'd also love to make sure that you're not doing something you would totally regret with selling your house. I won't regret it. Just please don't sign anything yet, Mom. Your contract and closing dates on the sale of your house will affect the offer we can make on the Kensington property. At least let me look at your papers before you sign anything with Stanley. I'm meeting the buyer at Stanley's office at 1 o'clock. Today? Yes, she said. Mom, Charlie, it's going to be fine. I'm excited about the house on Kensington, and Stanley says that after I pay everything off from the sale of the house, I'll probably have enough to redo that front bathroom. A clawfoot tub would make all the difference in the world in there. I'm excited. Gwendolyn, I can't believe you're already making plans to remodel that place. How are you so sure about selling your house? Who in the world wants to buy it? Who even knows about it? I thought I was the only person you told besides Stanley. You were the only person I told, Charlie. And this offer was more of a surprise to me than it should be to you. What's that supposed to mean? Well, you're the one who told him it was for sale. My heart dropped when she said it. Instantly, Jacob came to mind. But there was no way she was talking about Jacob. He was the only person I had told, and there was just no way. Just tell me what's going on, please, Mom. Does someone really want to buy your house? Yes, and I was trying to not even mention it to you until we got the contract signed, but you had to be in such a hurry. Mom, why would you feel the need to not mention it until you got the contract signed? Is it something sketchy? Goodness, Charlie, no. It's Jacob Blair who wants to buy it. I think he wants it for you. I know he does. He called me first thing this morning asking if I thought you would want it, and I told him I thought you probably would. I'm giving him basically the same deal I would have given you. My heart raced. Mom, are you joking me right now? Why would I be joking, Charlie? We've been back and forth on the phone all morning. She paused. I was reeling, wondering how in the world any of this was possible. You know, when he was at the house working on the dock, he mentioned something about it being for you. I don't think he knew he would literally be buying it, but I think, subconsciously, he was working on that dock for you all along. He can't afford 2 houses, I said. I didn't mean to skip over all the nice things she was saying, but I was stunned, and my practical side took over. Especially not when one of them is your house, Mom. That's a lot of space for him. Is he planning on renting it? What's he thinking? She let out a patient, motherly laugh. You'll have to talk to Jacob about that, Charlie. But I think he's planning on selling his house and moving into mine. He may decide to keep his current house as a rental. I'm actually not sure what he's going to do. He might not even know yet. But I do think he's planning on moving into mine either way. He did mention something about that. He'll be talking to you about it himself. He's arranging it with his bank this morning. It won't be a problem, though. He and Jasper are doing really well with their business. Stanley said there's absolutely not going to be a problem with financing. We were just trying to get all the numbers squared away before we went to you with it. He didn't want you to worry. It was still early on Monday morning. I had no clue how we had gone from 0 to full throttle like this before noon. It had only been a few hours since I had last seen Jacob, and none of this was even talked about. I took a second, trying to sort my feelings. Let's say he does it, I said to my mother. Let's say it all goes through like you're saying. Are you going to be okay with that? Is it going to be weird for you? What, selling to Jacob? Yeah, I guess. Him living there or whatever. I'm just thinking about everything. Charlie, I'm excited at the possibility of Jacob Blair buying my house and living in it. It's not mine anymore. I know I can't keep it. I've come to terms with that. I'm absolutely thrilled with the possibility of Jacob Blair buying it. Honestly, baby, I would love for Jacob to be the one to buy it, even if he wasn't doing it for you. So you can just imagine how I feel now that he is. Why do you say he's buying it for me? Because it's true. He told me. He told you what? That he was buying the house for me? Yes, Charlie, he did. In those words?" She sighed. "Yes, but we weren't even going to mention any of this to you yet. If you hadn't been in such a hurry to take pictures and get it on the market, then I'm sorry. But I'm glad I know. This isn't something you just decide to do in 2 hours and sign papers." "Why not?" Mom asked. "I know it might seem like a rash decision, but sometimes in life you just do that, Charlie. I talked to Jacob for a long time. He's serious, and I think it's wonderful. We both talked to Stanley, who said it's a win-win. Sometimes, baby girl, you just see a door and you walk through it." Chapter 17. I tried to call Jacob after I got off of the phone with my mom. I ended up having to call him twice by accident. I started to leave him a voicemail, but it got cut off right when I started talking, so I called him back to finish what I was saying. I didn't mention anything about the house in my message. I just asked him to call me back as soon as he could. It was 12:30 in the afternoon, and I was starting to get worried when I finally heard back from him. He apologized for taking so long. He said he had been on a job site all morning and was rushing home to shower for a meeting he had at 1 o'clock. He told me to remind him to give me someone's number so that, in the future, I could reach him even when he was on a job. I didn't know how to bring up Mom's house on the phone, and I knew we needed to talk about it, so I asked if I could stop by his house. I was at my office, which was fairly close to where he lived. He said I was welcome to come by, but he warned me that he would only be home for 10 or 15 minutes. I gave him a head start to get home and take a shower, but I did head over there pretty quickly so that I could catch him before he headed to Stanley's. I walked up to his house with no plan about what I was going to say. His place was really nice. It was charming and clean, but my mother's home was different. It was an estate. I caught myself thinking about the contrasts of the two properties. I imagined Jacob as the man of my mother's house, and I suddenly realized how much sense it made. He was just the man to take care of that property. All of a sudden, I knew it in my heart. Regardless of me, regardless of what would become of Jacob and me, this was a good move for Jacob. It was a great house for him, and a fast sale was certainly a blessing for my mom. I smiled as I rang his doorbell. I was in the middle of realizing this whole thing wasn't a terrible idea at all when Jacob opened his door. Completely blank. Crickets might as well have been chirping in my brain. My mind went blank as soon as I laid eyes on him. I blinked a few times, staring blankly at his half-naked body. Jacob was wearing nice jeans and basically nothing else. He was barefoot and bare-chested. He had on a belt, but his jeans still rode a little low. I could see his boxer shorts peeking out from the waist. The fact that I could see them made me realize that I was looking at them. I tried to tear my eyes away, but that perfect little muscle on where the side of his waist met his boxers was impossible to ignore. It was nothing shy of glorious. It would have been a travesty for me to ignore it. I only let myself stare for a second or two before tearing my gaze off of his body and bringing it up to his face. Goodness, this was not helping matters. His hair was still wet. He was literally towel drying it. I felt like I had walked onto the set of some commercial, some over-the-top dream sequence, where a perfect male specimen enacts some wildest dream type of scene. There might as well have been music playing and wind machines. I expected him to reach out and offer me a Dr. Pepper or something. Surely the little spark of light would happen on his teeth when he smiled. That was how perfect he was. Commercial perfect. Blue-eyed, ripped body, jean-wearing perfection. He smelled like he was freshly showered, too. My heart pounded, and I completely forgot what I was going to say. Where's your clothes? Your shirt? Where is it?
"It's in my closet," he said. "You're lucky I got these on," he said, referring to his jeans. "I was barely out of the shower when you rang the bell."
He smiled and stepped forward to greet me. I didn't know what he would do, but he kissed me on the cheek.
"Hello, sunshine,"
he said when his mouth was close to my ear. "You smell good," I said, since it was the truth, and my mind was momentarily blank.
"Thank you. You caught me at a good time. I stunk pretty bad 5 minutes ago.
He stayed close to me, pausing with his hand resting gently on my waist. He wasn't holding me, but he also wasn't letting me go. I still had my purse and keys in my hands, and thank goodness for that, because I might have been tempted to latch onto him like a koala bear. I wanted to see for myself what those ridges of muscle felt like. I could not breathe right or think straight. I had come over to his house on a mission, and I currently had no idea what that mission was.
I missed you,
he said, kissing my cheek again. His damp hair touched my ear.
and I'm glad you came over, but I have to rush. I have to leave in like 2 minutes.
Where are you going? I mean, I know where you're going. I think I do. That's what I came to talk to you about. I pulled back, focusing on his face. I had switched my purse and keys to one hand, and I touched his bare forearm with my free hand. I stared into his blue eyes, begging myself to stay on track. I talked to my mom, I said. She told me what you guys were doing. He made a face at me, squinting playfully.
She wasn't supposed to mention it.
She tried not to, I said. I was making an appointment to have the photographer come take pictures at her house, and she told me what you... Jacob, are you seriously thinking about buying her house?
I'm not just thinking about it.
That's what Mom said. She said you were talking to your banker.
Yeah, that's all squared away. I'm good on that end.
He took my purse from me and set it and his towel on a nearby table before focusing on me again. He pulled me into his arms, looking down at me and being entirely too wonderful and patient for someone who needed to leave in a few minutes. He focused on my face.
I went back and forth about whether or not I should tell you about it. Part of me thought you might not want to live in your mom's house, but it's such a cool place, I didn't want to see it get sold to just anyone. I figured if you didn't want to live there, we could just think about selling it down the road. Either way, I hated to see it just go to the highest bidder. I thought if I buy it, that at least gives you time to think about it. Figure out what you want to do with it.
I took a deep breath. I don't even know what to say, I said.
You could start by telling me what you're thinking. Are you happy about it?
Yes, of course I am. He patted my back, leaning down to kiss me again.
Then let me get my shirt on.
He was about to walk away, but his kiss was right on the lips, which made my body overrule my brain. I couldn't help it. It was like my hands had a mind of their own. I reached out, wrapping my hands around his bare sides and pulling him toward me. I made a little grunting noise of protest because I couldn't stand the thought of him walking away so soon. I let my fingers slowly slide around his waist, gently moving onto his back. He was no stranger to hard work, and his body was lined with the hard, muscular proof of that. My fingertips felt like they were on fire where I touched his skin. Jacob Blair was scorching hot. The skin-on-skin contact was enough to drive me wild. I actually felt wild, like I might lose control of my body at any moment. He scanned my face, staring at my mouth for a second before focusing on my eyes again.
Charlie.
He said my name slowly, and I could hear the edge of warning in his tone. In that one word, he basically said, "Don't look at me like that, or you're going to get us both into trouble. Also, I need to leave if I'm going to be on time for this meeting." I couldn't let him go quite yet. I did the only thing I knew I could do to keep him there. I kissed him. I reached up and put my hand around his head, pulling him toward me as I lifted onto my toes. I kissed him, and not the other way around. At least, that was how it went at first. I pulled him toward me, opening my mouth to him. He made a resigned sound from deep in his chest when I did that, and the next thing I knew, he was kissing me in earnest. He wrapped his arms around me, pulling me against his hard body as he continued. It was like he finally understood that I was going to insist on a few more seconds, so he took control. For the last week, we had physically taken it slow, and this brief moment of barely contained passion felt like a flood of relief. Finally, after a moment of neglecting everything else but our raw feelings for each other, Jacob broke the kiss, pulling back and staring down at me with a serious, but otherwise unreadable expression.
Charlie, I don't think I'm going to have an easy time, not doing... I mean, it's going to be really difficult to go slow with you. Seriously hard. I hope you know that. I feel like I'm dying here.
Jacob spoke quietly as he absent-mindedly shook his head, staring at me.
You're not going to be able to kiss me like that. I can't be held accountable for what will happen if you do.
I squinted at him, smiling playfully. Yes, you can, I said. You know you can. Jacob was one of the most disciplined human beings I knew. If anyone knew how to handle being accountable for himself, it was Jacob. He did look serious, however, when he said that, which made me happy.
I don't want to, though,
he said, still looking serious even though he was being playful with me. You don't want to what? I asked. My hand came to rest gently around his waist.
I don't want to be held accountable for my actions with you. I have to make you an honest woman.
A wave of desire washed through me when he spoke. He was looking at me like kissing me was only the beginning of what he wanted to do. I wanted to cancel all meetings for the next 3 to 5 days and disappear with Jacob. We could go into the woods and find a cabin. It would be abandoned, but there would be clean sheets and beautiful furnishings. On our way there, we would get married, of course. There would be some magical chapel in the woods with a charming, monk-type character who was ready, willing, and available to carry on a quick but heartfelt ceremony. I'd be his wife and he'd be my husband, and we'd spend a week getting to know each other in our perfect fairy tale land. In my best version of reality, all this would take place starting now. As far as I was concerned, we could put off the meeting with Stanley, go ahead with the more important things, the more pressing issues. He patted me again.
I'm mad about it, but we have to go. I have to get dressed and get out of here.
You don't sound mad about it, I said. He was now walking across the room away from me, and I was a little salty over it. He glanced over his shoulder at me with a grin.
Oh, believe me, I'm mad,
he said.
I'm definitely mad.
How mad? I asked, yelling a little since he had disappeared into his bedroom. He left for a few seconds, but then I stood there and watched as he came to stand in the doorway again. I watched in awe as he pulled on a button-down shirt. His body stretched and moved, and I couldn't make myself look away.
Mad enough to go ahead and make you marry me.
Saying make me indicates that I might not want to, I said.
And would that be inaccurate?
He asked, buttoning his shirt. Completely, I said.
So you'll marry me,
Jacob said. It was a statement and not a question. He was basically summarizing everything we had just said. Yes, I said.
When?
Whenever, I said. The offer pretty much doesn't expire. Chapter 18. Good grief, Charlie, what happened to your face? My mom wasn't one to hide what she was feeling, especially from me. Jacob had followed me to Stanley's office, but he stayed in his truck to finish a phone call, so I walked in alone. I was still walking on clouds from that kiss and conversation at Jacob's house. I had seen him without a shirt before, but touching him, letting my hands roam over his skin, that feeling was burned into my memory. At least it was for now. I hoped it would stay that way forever. So much had happened with Jacob last night and this morning that I had nearly forgotten about the scratch on my cheek. I touched my own face. Nothing, I said, not wanting to talk about Haley. Part of me wanted Mom to know, but I didn't want her to think Haley had the upper hand. Well, baby, you have a big scrape on your face, across your cheek. How could you not know how it happened? She stared at me with far too much concern, and I pulled back, making a face like it was no big deal. I just scraped it, I said, with a fingernail. She scowled at me, shaking her head and scanning my appearance with a motherly expression, like she didn't quite believe me. What's Jacob doing? She asked, glancing out of the window where we could clearly see his truck in the parking lot. He told me before we left his house that he had to make a call for work. He'll be done in a minute. I called the agent who listed that Kensington house and let him know we would be making an offer on it. Mom smiled and nodded. It seemed like she was genuinely happy about moving. It was a far cry from the woman I had seen the day before. I glanced out of the window when I noticed movement. "Here he comes," I said, seeing Jacob's truck door open. I watched him get out of the truck and head toward us. Stanley's office was an old house, and we were standing in the living room, watching as he approached the front door. He was now wearing a shirt and shoes, of course, but I clearly remembered what he looked like 15 minutes ago when he wasn't. With every step Jacob took, I felt more and more compelled to tell my mother the truth. I wanted to lay everything on the table. "I love him," I said hurriedly. I meant to tell her what happened with the scratch on my face. I had no idea why the fact that I loved him was the first thing out of my mouth. She looked at me. I saw her in my periphery, but I didn't turn to stare at her. I kept my eyes on Jacob, watching him cross the parking lot to the sidewalk that led to the front door. I continued quietly but quickly, trying to get out the whole story before Jacob made it to the door. "Haley knows we're together. She came by last night. She was mad. She chewed me out and said that I caused her and Jacob to break up. She slapped me across the face. That's where I got the scratch. I'm fine, though. It looks worse than it is, and it won't happen again. I told her to leave me alone. It's all good." I stopped talking when I heard the door handle turn. I glanced at my mother, who was still staring at me, looking serious, wide-eyed, stunned.
Hello,
Jacob said, seeing us there when he opened the door. "Hey," I said, turning to him with a smile.
Thanks for waiting, he said. I finished my work call, but then the guy from the bank called again.
"Is everything okay?" I asked.
Oh, yeah, it's all set. I think he's already talked to Stanley.
I gestured to the hallway. "Stanley's ready whenever we are. Are you sure you want to do this?" Jacob made a sardonic face at me.
Of course I'm sure.
We started to walk, but Mom put out a hand to stop me. "I'm sorry," my mom said. Both of us turned to look at her. She was still looking worried. "I don't think Charlie wanted to mention this in front of you, Jacob, because she tried to talk about it before you walked in. But I'm sorry, I'm upset. Haley Price doesn't just get to hurt you and then you say it's fine."
I know, Jacob agreed instantly. I feel the same way.
He put a protective arm around my shoulder, pulling back to get another good look at my face.
I guess she told you what happened.
Yes, and I don't like that at all. I shook my head at her. "It's seriously fine, Mom. I don't even know why I mentioned it." "Because I asked you what happened," she said. "You have a big scratch across your face." I regarded Jacob with a knowing expression. "I wouldn't say it's across my face," I said, wanting him to agree with me.
Yeah, but still, I agree with your mom. I don't want it to ever happen again.
He smiled sweetly at me and leaned in to kiss my forehead. Our interaction was natural, not at all awkward in front of my mom. It was like she wasn't even there. "Oh my gosh, you too?" My mother held her fist in front of her face, smiling excitedly like she might cry at the sight of us. She had seen us together once during the last week, but there was little or no PDA during that encounter. "I just can't tell you how excited I am that you two are. It's just, all these years I knew Charlie I had the feeling that Mother was about to say something about me being in love with Jacob all these years, and even though I had hinted at as much to him, I didn't want her to come out and say it. I widened my eyes as she spoke, letting her know in silent mother-daughter communication that she was saying too much. She smiled. "I'm just glad to see you both happy, that's all. I think you're two people who could actually make it together in this world. I, for one, am excited about this." Suddenly, her head whipped back and she stared at the ceiling, blinking, obviously holding back tears. She reached out her hand in our direction, and I brought mine up to hold hers. She gave me a squeeze. "And I can't even tell you what this means to me, Jacob. You buying this house." Her voice was tear-filled and squeaky, and she continued staring upward as she spoke, blinking, 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 and doing her best to stay composed. "I'm serious," she said.
I'm unbelievably grateful. I'm a mess over it. I already cried before I came over here, and I promised myself I wouldn't do it in front of you. I was doing fine until you started being so sweet to Charlie. It's your fault.
I laughed, and Mom squeezed my hand, glancing at me. Her eyes were full of tears, glossy and about to overflow.
One minute I feel like I might lose everything, and the next, I get to buy a new home and start over, and I get to see my daughter.
She trailed off, looking at the ceiling again, and blinking like her life depended on it. I wondered if blinking really did anything to stop tears, and then I felt myself needing to do the same thing. My eyes burned just from witnessing my mom's emotion. Her relief and appreciation was compelling, humbling.
Jacob, it was my biggest wish to see my baby girl get that house one day. And it absolutely would not have been possible if it wasn't for you.
I felt a little shy when she said that. I didn't want Jacob to think my mom assumed he was buying the house to turn around and give to me. I'm excited about Jacob living there too, I said. I didn't know what to think when I first heard about it this morning, but I can definitely imagine Jacob in that house.
And what about yourself?
He asked, tilting his head at me.
Can you imagine yourself in it?
I smiled. Of course I can, I said. I love that house. I just didn't want you to think that Mom was saying He cut me off.
What I think is that this is the perfect day to sign some papers. My banker just told me we would be able to close whenever your mom is ready.
Oh, that's awesome, I said.
Also, I thought it might be good to just go ahead and get married before that happens, Jacob added. That way you could just move in with me from the start. I'm saying this in front of your mother because hopefully you'll agree that it's a great idea. I don't want her to be too surprised when we run off and get married.
I stared up at him, smiling, blinking, flirting.
Ms. Gwen, can I please have Charlie's hand? I'd like to just marry your daughter and have her all to myself from now on, if that's okay with you.
Jacob didn't take his eyes off of me when he said it, and I felt a tingly wave of desire wash through my body. I remembered that scorching kiss he had just placed on me while we were at his house. I remembered the way he looked without his shirt on. As far as I was concerned, Stanley could marry us right there in his law office, and it wouldn't be soon enough. Jacob Blair, I don't know if there is another man on this earth who I'd trust more with my daughter than you. Jacob and I continued looking at each other, but I could see out of the corner of my eye that Mom stared at the ceiling again when she spoke. I could hear by her voice that she was struggling to hold back tears. Jacob was still touching me. He had his hand on my back. He pulled back to focus on me.
So, is it a yes from both of you ladies?
By all means, yes, Jacob, it's a yes. It was my mother who said that. Her answer was so quick and fervent that it made me laugh. Jacob got a kick out of it too. He smiled at me, both of us appreciating the comedy of my mother's ardent response to him. She had been looking at the ceiling, but she must have given up on that, because I vaguely noticed her wiping her eyes.
How about you?
He whispered to me, still smiling a little. His face just melted my heart. Yes. That one word didn't feel like enough, but it was what I said. I said it sincerely, looking directly into his eyes. Yes, Jacob. Any place, any time. Count me in.
Oh my gosh, hang on. This is wonderful. Let me get this.
My mom started fumbling around with her things, so much that we both looked at her. Mom, what are you doing? I asked.
This is a proposal, she said, completely serious. I'm looking for my phone so I can video it. Yeah, but we're not going to say it all again, I said.
You're not? She asked, looking disappointed, which made me laugh.
No, Mom. Some things just don't get videoed. Just appreciate the moment for what it is.
Are you sure? She asked. At the same time that she spoke, Stanley showed up in his doorway. He was a big guy with a jolly smile, wearing a suit and bow tie.
Is everybody ready to buy a house?
He asked, clapping his hands a couple of times. I regarded Stanley with a smile. But Jacob was the first to speak.
Yes, sir. We're ready,
he said. Chapter 19. You should never be surprised when surprises get ruined, especially in a small town. It was Aisha Coleman who spilled the beans. I saw her at the coffee shop a week or so later, and she didn't bother making small talk or discussing the weather or anything. She just let it rip.
I'm not supposed to tell you this,
was how she opened the conversation. She had come up to me while I was adding sugar to my coffee. She was wearing an oversized hat, and she stood in front of me and ducked just the right way where she and I were shielded from everyone around us. Her face was serious as she regarded me.
Sierra's dad would kill me if she knew I was telling you.
Telling me what? I asked, feeling totally confused by her first statement. I knew Aisha, but we had never been close friends. It was weird having her all up in my space like she was. All I could see was her face and her big hat. Her eyes were wide as she continued.
You're getting married this weekend, girl, she whispered, but it was intense. It's supposed to be a surprise, but as a woman, I have to tell you, I would want to know.
My heart pounded and my mind raced, mostly from how serious Aisha was being. This weekend. What was she talking about? Are you talking about me and Jacob?
Yes.
We're getting married, but we're doing it in a couple of weeks, I said. She shook her head, wearing a completely serious expression. No what? I asked.
It's happening this weekend, she said. Becky Blair ordered catering from Sierra's dad's restaurant. She said Jacob's planning a surprise wedding. Can you believe it? I told myself, if I see Charlie, I'm going to tell her what's going on. And here you are. I'm sorry if you wanted it to be a surprise, but if my man was going to bust out a big surprise wedding ceremony on me, I would definitely want to know about it.
I stared at her. I was stunned, speechless. How could this possibly be true? How could Aisha possibly know something Jacob was planning before I did?
Are you mad at me?
She asked, her face crumpling in hopeful regret. No, I said. Lie. I was mad at her. Or maybe I wasn't. I wasn't actually sure what I felt at the moment. Adrenaline coursed through my body. Catering? This weekend? I racked my brain, wondering if she could be right.
Are you okay?
Aisha asked. She shook her head, seeming a little fearful, like she had done the wrong thing by telling me.
I'm actually a little surprised that you had no idea. I thought for sure you were going to say you were already on to him. I can't believe he was actually going to pull it off. I feel bad now. I'm so sorry if you didn't want to know. It's just that if it were me, I would definitely...
Is it happening this weekend for sure? I asked. What exactly did Becky say was happening? How much do you know about it? Aisha shrugged.
I was at Sierra's dad's restaurant the same time Becky Blair was. I was waiting to talk to Mr. Sosa about starting work there. I was sitting right outside his office, waiting for our meeting while Becky Blair was in there talking to him. She told him you and Jacob had fallen hard and fast for each other and that you were buying a house together. She said you had plans to elope, but instead Jacob was having a surprise wedding for you this weekend.
Her eyes widened even further, and she continued whispering intensely. It was just her and me behind that hat.
Mrs. Blair said you were going to think it was a regular family dinner, and then Jacob would surprise you, and there would conveniently be a preacher there. They're planning on just springing it on you.
Aisha looked at me with a little shrug, trying to seem as unrepentant as possible.
I mean, I guess it's romantic what Jacob's doing, with the spontaneity and the surprise and all, but I just thought... What if Charlie would want to know? What if she didn't wear a bra that night or something? You can't spring a wedding on a girl, you know? I mean, that's the biggest day of her life. What if you're having a bad hair day? I'm sure Jacob meant well, and he's obviously like one of the biggest catches you could ever make, but...
She paused and sighed dramatically, regarding me with a helpless look on her face. She was all over the map. Now she seemed to be thinking that perhaps she had done the wrong thing by telling me all of this. I could tell she couldn't decide whether or not she regretted it.
Congratulations, by the way,
she added, trying not to be awkward.
Jacob seriously is a huge catch. I've always liked him a lot. I thought he was too good for Haley Price. I was happy when I first heard you two were dating.
Thanks, I said.
I'm so sorry if you would have rather had it be a surprise and I ruined it for you. I wasn't going to call you or anything, but I thought, randomly seeing you like this, that it was meant to be for me to tell you. I had already kind of made a deal in my head that if I ran into you, I'd say something.
Are you sure it's this weekend?
That's what Mrs. Blair said, Saturday night. You'll know what's going on if he takes you to his mom's house. That's where she said it was happening. She ordered food for 50 people. She said your family and Jacob's brothers were coming in from out of town.
Today is Thursday, I said, staring blankly at her. She nodded.
Are you talking about this Saturday?
She nodded again.
I think so. Jacob's mom specifically made a point of saying it was this coming weekend. Like not tomorrow, but the next day?
She continued nodding, smiling at me.
Are you glad I told you?
I think so, I said, smiling numbly. My mind was full. It was racing. Like you said, we were planning on doing it in a couple of weeks anyway.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, if I were Charlie, I would want to know that I'm getting married that night. I mean, I think they're planning on having a little ceremony with a reception and everything, like a real wedding. I don't know, I just thought you should know.
Yeah, I said. You were probably right. I think it's good that I know. I'm glad you told me.
Please don't tell anybody I told you, she said. I really need that job, and Mr. Sosa would probably fire me before I started if he knew I was the one who spoiled the surprise. Mrs. Blair specifically told him to keep it under wraps.
I won't say anything, I assured her. I do appreciate you telling me, though. Aisha nodded, looking relieved.
Okay, good. I'm glad I saw you. Congratulations, Charlie. I know you'll be happy with Jacob. Please don't tell anyone I told you, just act surprised.
I nodded and smiled. I will. Aisha turned to walk away, and I turned to continue what I had been doing before she walked up to me. Doctoring my cup of coffee had never felt so dreamlike before. I absent-mindedly added too much sugar and cream, but today wasn't the type of day where I cared what it tasted like anyway. 100 different thoughts crowded my mind at the same time. My brain experienced a traffic jam of thoughts and feelings. Aisha had said that my family was coming in from out of town. This must mean that my dad and stepmom were coming, and maybe even my stepbrothers and their wives. I knew that if they were planning on being there, that my mom was in on it. The more I thought about it, the more I started feeling like everybody in the whole world besides me knew about it. I wondered how they had managed for me not to hear about it. I smiled when I realized that I had heard about it. It was official. The surprise was ruined. Part of me was mad at Aisha for telling me, and the other part wanted to hug her for it. During the next few hours, I considered my options. I could just tell Jacob the truth, that I knew about it and that I loved him, loved the idea, and was incredibly excited to marry him as soon as possible. But what would the fun be in that? I couldn't just tell him that I knew. I couldn't just sit back and let the surprise be ruined. Aisha was right. I had to pretend I had no idea. I wished I could do even better than that. I wished there was something sweet I could do for Jacob for planning all this, some way I could surprise him, pull a double surprise. But ultimately, for me to do something like that, he would have to find out that I knew. I wasn't sure what the right move was. My wheels were turning. 50 people. I took my best guess on who all would be on the guest list, jotting down the names of our families and close friends. I had to assume that all of these people were keeping the secret from me, and I decided it would be best to keep my distance from them as much as possible, so that I wouldn't let on that I knew anything. I thought and thought and thought all day, and I decided to come up with a plan of my own. The problem was that I couldn't talk to or include anyone who was on the list. If I did, they would tell Jacob that I knew. The first person I called was Kennedy, one of my girls from the St. Charles track team. Chapter 20. Jacob. The following Saturday. It was the big day. Today was the day Jacob would marry his love, the woman who had been a part of his life all along, but who came out of nowhere and suddenly became the center of his universe. Jacob understood the concept of revolution in a new way. He was like the moon revolving around the earth, or the earth revolving around the sun. Charlie had this gravitational pull on him, a supernatural hold on him. She constantly pulled him in, and he found himself rotating around her, like her very own moon. She was everything he ever wanted, and he couldn't have her fast enough. Jacob simply could not tolerate wasting time with this woman. He wanted to claim her. He wanted no man to look at her again. Jacob was so driven to have her that he found himself doing things that were completely out of the ordinary for him. He had always been the practical, sensible Blair brother. And now he was buying large houses at a moment's notice and planning surprise weddings and trips. Who in the world plans a surprise wedding anyway? Was that even a thing? Had it ever been done before? Charlie had no idea tonight would be her wedding night. She knew they would get married soon, but she thought it would happen in 2 weeks. They were supposed to close on the new house in a week and get married and officially move in the week after that. They would take a honeymoon trip sometime later down the road, and for now, they would spend the week after their wedding getting to know each other as newlyweds in their new house. This seemed like a good plan. This was the plan Charlie believed was happening. But this was not the real plan at all. They were still buying the house in a week, but they would be married and back from their honeymoon by then. The real marriage would happen tonight, followed by a week-long trip to Vancouver, Canada. It had to be somewhere close to home, because Jacob wasn't sure if Charlie had a passport, and he wasn't really in a position to ask her. They had both been to Vancouver and enjoyed it. Wanting to go again was a conversation they had recently. Jacob knew this simple getaway was a no-brainer for their honeymoon. He knew she would love it. Jacob wasn't normally the type to even think about trips or weddings. In the last few weeks, he was following his heart instead of his logic, and he made no apologies about it. Charlie was a gift, and he meant to never take that for granted. The love he felt for her was different. It was a supernatural kind of love. It felt like God himself had reached down from heaven and flipped a switch within him. He wanted Charlie in every way, emotionally and even practically. He wanted to come home to her every day. He wanted her physically, too. Definitely physically. It was difficult for him to restrain himself. The beautiful thing was that she felt the same way. Jacob knew it in his bones. Charlie loved him through and through. She was precious to him. And not just precious in a cute way, but also the other kind of precious, like a valuable jewel. Maybe some grooms who were blindsiding their brides with an unexpected wedding ceremony and trip would be a little hesitant. Maybe a little doubt would creep in. But not Jacob. He had no apprehension, no hesitation. Charlie would love the surprise and eagerly go along with all of his plans, crazy as they might be. It had been a busy week of planning and secret-keeping, but it was all worth it. Jacob had told Charlie that his parents were having a get-together at their house. Several family members had summer birthdays, and he told her Becky planned on having some people over for that. He had to give her a heads up so that it wouldn't come as a total shock to her once she saw all the cars in his parents' driveway. A lot of people were there. Vehicles were out on the street. Thankfully, though, Charlie went with it, not making a big deal about it. She saw her mother's car outside, but Jacob got away with telling her that Becky had invited her family, since they'd probably make an announcement that she and Jacob bought a house and were getting married. Charlie went along with that easily, too. She was surprised, but completely easygoing about it. She was a little more surprised once she noticed the out-of-town guests, but she continued to go with the flow. Jacob knew that was what she would do. She was beautiful. She had on a little summer dress with flowers all over it. She wore strappy sandals with her hair pulled into a ponytail. Jacob couldn't imagine a more beautiful bride. They had been at his parents' house for about 30 minutes when he worked up the nerve to start his speech and get the ball rolling.
Hey, everybody! If I could have your attention for a...
Jacob paused and gave one loud whistle. He should have thought about bringing a microphone. His parents' house was pretty large, and there were more than 50 people present. They made a lot of noise when they were all talking. Thankfully, the whistle worked. Everyone got quiet and looked at Jacob. Charlie was standing next to him, and he pulled her close, using a hand on her waist.
Thank you all for coming tonight. I told Charlie this was a party my parents were having to celebrate all of our summer birthdays.
People laughed.
She wondered a little bit once she saw that her family was here.
Jacob paused and looked down at Charlie, smiling sweetly before focusing on everyone else again.
I'm going to try to tell the short version of this story, but I'll start by saying that years and years ago, when we were just kids, there was a girl, and I overheard her, in a conversation she was having with someone else, say that she was going to let the ocean worry about being blue. It stuck with me that she said that. I should have known it way back then that she was the one.
He paused and leaned down to kiss her. Everyone cheered, but Jacob cleared his throat like he meant to continue.
But anyway, years later, after I had spent a lot of time being her friend, I fell smack on my rear end in love with Charlie Connor.
People yelled out, but Jacob continued right away, not pausing for long at all.
So fast forward through figuring that out, which was really fun, and then we get to the other day when she and I were buying this house together.
A few cheers happened, but again, Jacob kept talking.
We were talking about moving in and everything, and her mom was standing there, so I just kind of announced that we would get married. It was sort of like a business transaction. There never was an official proposal, or even a ring. I just told her I was going to marry her, and that I was going to do it soon. Did I mention that we were in a lawyer's office? That tells you a little something about how romantic the setting was.
Jacob paused and kissed her again while everyone laughed.
So, we decided that day to get married.
He glanced at her with a shrug.
Maybe we decided before that, but that was when we set a date. We said we were going to do it before we move into the new house. And that gave us all of 3 weeks.
He was making a comically frightened face, and everyone cracked up. Jacob laughed too. He pulled Charlie closer to him with the grip he had on her waist.
No, really. Neither of us seemed to care much about all the normal wedding stuff. We just wanted to be married. We planned on going to the courthouse, and that seemed like a good enough plan to both of us. I think both of us were just anxious to make it happen. We weren't even going to take a honeymoon.
He glanced down at Charlie, who was just standing there smiling at him. He loved her so much it hurt. He wanted to swallow her whole.
But I got to thinking, if we went to the courthouse, then our friends and family wouldn't be able to see us get married. And both of us work so hard all the time that we might regret it if we don't take a little trip. A honeymoon to celebrate, you know? I also wanted to get her a proper ring. So those were the things I had in mind. A ring, a trip, and a maybe if we could manage having more of an audience at our wedding than just the city clerk. Not that there's anything wrong with the city clerk being here, Aunt Connie.
He glanced at his aunt when he said that, and everyone laughed again. He looked straight at Charlie.
Marry me, Charlie. Let's do it tonight, right now.
She looked around with stunned, wide eyes. "Is that possible?" she asked curiously, causing everyone to laugh again.
It's entirely possible, he said, nodding. It's mostly the whole reason we're all here tonight. It's really got nothing to do with birthdays. I was hoping you'd marry me tonight, right now, and then we'll take a trip, and then we'll buy a house. It's everything we were going to do, only in a different order.
He regarded Charlie, waiting hopefully for her reply. She blinked at him. "Jacob, are you saying you want to marry me here tonight?" She wore a look of genuine confusion, and Jacob just smiled and nodded at her.
"Please," he said.
Charlie looked around, realizing that all this was for her, that it was her night, and she didn't even know it. She was happy, no matter what the other emotions were. Surprise, nervousness, fear. She was definitely happy. Her eyes filled with tears, and she put her hands in front of her face. "Hold on," she said.
Is this for real?
Jacob nodded.
Is that okay?
He asked.
Yes, Jacob, yes. I love you and I want to, but just, can you give me like 2 seconds to get a hold of myself and grab some tissue?
Charlie was swept away by it all. She was already starting to cry. Jacob gave her a squeeze, telling her to go ahead and do what she needed to do.
She said yes, he announced. She just wants to grab some tissues first.
Everyone had been watching closely. They saw Charlie leaving the room, and they reacted with relieved laughter when Jacob made that announcement. Jacob's heart hammered in his chest. He hardly remembered what he had just said to her. He could not believe it was happening. Everything had played out just like he imagined, though. He had an outline of the things he wanted to mention in his speech, and even though it was a whirlwind, he thought he had hit most of it. He stood on one end of his parents' living room, waiting for her to come back. One of their longtime family friends was an ordained minister, and he walked over to stand next to Jacob.
Excuse me. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me.
A presence entered the room, coming from the direction of the hall. It was a new face, someone who had not been there before. She was loud, and she came in talking and with other people following behind her. She was a young woman, late teens or early 20s. She was carrying a microphone in her hand, and someone was pushing a small amplifier on a dolly behind her. It was no wonder she was so loud.
Excuse us. Make way. Pardon me, ma'am. Excuse me. We'll be out of your way in just a minute.
She paused and gave Becky Blair a nod as she walked in front of her.
It's a lovely home you have here, ma'am.
Becky smiled and nodded at the girl, but Jacob could see that his mother was as startled by this young woman's sudden entrance as he was. She came toward Jacob, looking like she was on a mission. He watched as she staked a claim on some space by the wall, asking people to move over and make space.
You guys are going to want to keep that path open,
she said, looking in the direction they had just come.
I've got a few people coming through here if you don't mind. Pardon us.
No one did anything to stop her because she seemed to know exactly what she was doing.
I'm going to let my friends through here so we can set this up real quick.
In less than a minute, the 3 people who were trailing behind her settled in that opening she had created near Jacob. They set up a stool with a mic stand. The girl who had been leading the way clipped the mic into the stand. One of the others that had followed her in sat on the stool. It was a young man, and he was holding an acoustic guitar. A different young woman came to stand next to him, positioning herself behind the mic stand and adjusting the microphone. They looked at each other. They definitely seemed like they intended to play and sing a song. Jacob instinctually glanced at his brother Henry, since he thought that if something musical was going to happen at his wedding, Henry would know about it. Henry saw Jacob glance at him, and he gave his brother a shrug. He looked as surprised as the rest of them. Jacob had no clue what was happening. The girl behind the mic smiled a little nervously at all of the strangers who were now looking her way. She looked young. The ringleader nudged her chin at Jacob's dad.
You can go ahead and hit the lights, please, Dad,
she said. Dave Blair was conveniently stationed next to the wall, and he reached out and turned off 3 switches, which basically amounted to all the lights in the room. It was dusk outside, so it was pretty dark in the room. Dave Blair then reached out and turned on a lamp, one that created a warm glow in the room. It was conveniently positioned near Jacob. Obviously, Jacob's father was in on whatever was going on here. The ringleader leaned toward the mic and spoke again.
All right, I'm going to turn the mic over to my friends Kennedy and Justin and be on my way. But if you would, I'd like you all to get out your phones and turn your lights on. Get us some mood lighting going in here.
She backed up slowly as she spoke, waving her hands as if beckoning them to look in the direction she was going, toward the hall again, the way she had come in. Jacob's mind raced. He didn't know these people, and suddenly they were taking over his living room as if it were a completely normal thing for them to do. It had only been a minute since they first burst into the room, so he didn't have time to process it all. Then it hit him. Where was Charlie?
Either she was in on all of this, or she was stuck in the bathroom while his dad pulled off some stunt. He focused on the hallway, telling himself that if she didn't come out momentarily, he would go in after her. The guy with the guitar began to play, and then the girl began to sing. Jacob would later learn that the song was called 1,000 Years by Christina Perri. It was one of Kennedy's favorites, so she sang it well. All during track season, Kennedy would entertain the girls on the team by singing to them on the bus. She had an angelic voice, and just hearing the sound of it with the guitar accompaniment was enough to give everyone in the room chills. She sang something about hearts beating fast, and then Charlie appeared, and Jacob's heart nearly fell out of his chest. Charlie was suddenly standing in the doorway, wearing a smile and looking toward the other side of the room, straight at Jacob. The room was dimly lit, and there were enough cell phones lit up that the twinkling lights showed up more than their audience did. As far as Jacob was concerned, Charlie might as well have been the only other person in the room. Jacob zeroed in on her, feeling flush with excitement when he realized what was going on. Charlie had somehow, miraculously, completely changed in the 2 minutes since she jogged toward the back room. She had on a beautiful lace bridal gown with a train and a small veil. Her hair was styled down, hanging over her shoulders. She was holding a bouquet of flowers. Jacob's eyes stung. His chest tightened as he stared at her. The words of the song. It was like she was singing to him. He took in a line or two of the lyrics, and the music, combined with the sight of Charlie walking toward him, made the unthinkable happen. Jacob was so overwhelmed that he cried. His face scrunched up when tears sprang to his eyes. He never cried. The Blair brothers didn't cry in general, but Jacob was the second to least likely one of the four of them to do it. That didn't matter in this moment. He was completely devastated by the sight of this beautiful woman. Her sudden change had wrecked him, and he couldn't stop the tears. He brought his hands to his face when he realized he was going to cry whether or not he wanted himself to. By the time he got himself together enough to look at Charlie again, her dad had stood up and joined her near the back of the room. Jacob watched them smile at each other. He thought they might be agreeing to do an impromptu walk down the aisle. It was just too much, watching her walk toward him. Jacob was absolutely stunned. She was gorgeous, and the moment was unexpected and perfect. He thought that he was the one surprising her, and there he was, heart-pounding and feeling utterly stunned. She looked like a fairy tale bride, like something out of a magazine. Lights and sound danced and twinkled all around the room, but Jacob's eyes stayed locked on hers. This song, this dress, this scene she had set up, was confirmation that she wanted to marry him as much as he wanted to marry her. Excitement and joy rose up in his chest, and he took a deep breath, doing his best to keep it together. He wanted this woman more than anything on earth, and he stared at her, knowing she felt the same way. Epilogue. Charlie. That same night. Our marriage was consummated within minutes after setting foot in the door that night. Neither of us could wait any longer. Jacob did his best to be careful with my dress and with me in general, but he was focused on one thing. He was confident, and he was consumed with having me, and it was hands down the hottest thing I had ever seen or experienced. We were insatiable, sweaty and passionate 1 minute, and then shy and laughing the next. We explored each other for what must have been a few hours. I was thoroughly compromised. I would likely be sore. I laid on Jacob's chest afterwards, feeling the happiest I had ever felt in my whole life. I was experiencing comfort on a supreme level, comfort to the fullest.
My mom knew nothing about the song and the dress, Charlie. How did you do it?
I had no idea what he was thinking about, and it made me smile when he said that. Also, I loved the sound of his voice through the wall of his chest. It was low and rumbly against my ear.
My mom didn't even know about it, I said. Your dad was the only one. We needed an inside guy to let Kennedy and them in the back door.
Was Kennedy the one who told everybody to turn on their phone lights?
No, Kennedy was the one who sang. That was her cousin who said all that. Her name is Angel. I had never met her before. She doesn't go to St. Charles.
How did you get her to come do that?
I just called Kennedy and asked if she would sing. She and the other girls on the team were the ones who put the rest of it together. I didn't know they were going to do that with the lights.
How in the world did you change so fast?
I had about 4 girls in the bathroom with everything ready to go. One was zipping my dress while the others were putting on my shoes and fixing my hair. I laughed at the memory of it, and Jacob held me even tighter, adjusting me on top of his body. We were gloriously skin to skin, the most skin to skin we had ever been, and we were married, so it wasn't a sin. Finally, Jacob Blair was finally mine. I smiled. I want to know more, I said, feeling that yearning feeling even though I had just experienced him in every way possible and I was literally lying on top of him.
More about what?
He asked, rubbing my back in slow circles. Us? What's gonna happen with us?
We already know that. We're going to stay together. We put that in writing tonight.
No, I know. I mean in the future. You know, jobs and decisions. Kids. Do you think we will?
What? Have kids?
He asked, shifting a little to look at me.
We probably already are.
I grinned as I snuggled up next to him. We could always try again sometime, I said. Jacob pulled me, adjusting me, situating me.
You say the word and we'll try,
he said.
I'm ready when you are on that.
I sat up, smiling at him. I love you, Jacob Blair. He gave me an irresistible grin.
Thank goodness you do, because I love you too.